Hello, General Necromancer. How you doing? Shen Yun Lilith. Lilith. Shen Yun Lilith. Shen Yun. Hey, Burhan. November. Maxima. Pepe Roar. Pepe Roar. I'm a little bit tired because I just woke up. But when I make a promise, I make a promise. Right, let's get into it. I can't be bothered to it. Fanatic Heretics. No, I won't be costuming. Is that the... Yeah, that's Derka. Got this one already. I can't remember. What have I got on my desktop, man? Probably stuff that I shouldn't open. Yeah, this should be in here. This is Magnum. That should be up here. This one, I quite like this one. Okie dokie. Hey, Eater. Don't open the contract file. Where's the contract file? Where's the contract file? Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. Probably not this one. A lot of these ones here probably shouldn't open. Anyway.
On a Lotus, you couldn't ask for much more.
Where's the sound? Did I get any sleep? Like 8 hours.
But we're not back in the past. We're not in those days, and heretics have asked for much more. But we're not back in the past. We're not in those days, and heretics have looked in form as of right now.
Talking about the past.
Okay. So mirror comps. Completely mirror comps. Hey, Zuna. Fnatic ran this pistol last game. So I was a little bit surprised. I remember seeing this on Twitter, like the clip. A little bit surprised that Heretics fell for it.
Going back to last year, you've just seen the stat pop up there, 70% win rate when it comes
like, especially right now, like as soon as that drone sees this person, these should be accelerating, and maybe I would take ropes.
Opponent's map picks for Team Heretics, and of course, this is Fnatic's pick. Let's see if that stat is going to be hurt and harmed here today.
Like, I think this is bad from Rians and Wu, I'm not gonna lie.
Getting aggressive, and it's Kayak with a double opening. The flash helped him out for the second, but the first
like there is a small chance that when they catch,
going back to last year, you've just seen the stat pop up.
they see a neon, man. They see a neon. They need to run away. This was quite bad by Rians and Wu. And Boaster making a play in the smoke. Nice by Boaster. But yeah, I thought. Yeah, even Tom's like saying like the same pistol. A very big question mark this round for Team Heretics.
Byron diving into
from them round, and I come out when they play Fracture, this very aggressive stance when it comes to Dish and the pistol round, and I think, and he's down to start on Fracture. It's going to be fairly important.
without a doubt. Team Heretics, they've come in and given them that opportunity. At least it will
So I imagine Team Heretics should just take orb, go back, take orb, go here, take orb for the eco.
be a light buy from that attack side. Orbs out, you can hope for. And share the pack going to be there's one player passive.
Yeah, they have so much.
And then, yeah, Fnatic have just pushed here. They'll take the orb here, they take the orb here. They're ahead, okay.
Of the information.
Here's the danger.
They're even gonna steal
Very
the
smart
ball,
from
but I think
Fnatic.
they're very aware of the few spots on the map. There could be less saying that. Rians is the first to take a jewel, but Chronicle at range should have them dead to rights. Obviously not wanting to overface, but here's the steps coming and just farming up those orbs. Eventually he's gonna get overwhelmed though, and this could be a problem. That's now the
I was thinking about that for a second. When I was so Chron like facing here and like now here, I was like, I think I don't like it. Like if I was coaching, I'd be like, please stop. But when I stop coaching, I'm like, okay, it's fine. But then this happens. And so now I'm like, well, maybe I was just right. Sliggy hates this FPX buy. I mean, it won me 2 trophies, so I don't really know why he hates it. Is it why would you dislike it? Like, unironically, I really think that it helped win us 2023. He hates it on defense. Oh, is it because I can see why you hate on defense. It's harder to run on defense. I would imagine there's a risk to stinger buys, right? Do coaches get VODs different so they can look at any player perspective? No, I don't know what you mean, but in the live environment, we can click on any player.
Got a chance. Still gonna hurt the economy.
I think that this FPX buy is necessary on defense in order to. Yeah, I think it's still good on defense. I think if you play it as horribly as Fnatic just did by just swinging, it's bad. I think it's still necessary. I think that it's an aspect of the game that just needs to be improved. The only problem, I guess, is that like if you're against a team that likes to force stingers, then you probably need to think differently.
Even gonna steal an orb or two, but I think they're very aware of the few spots on
But
could be less saying that. Rians is the first to
defense economy is so fucking hard to get going that like I feel like you need to do the FPX buy.
the steps coming and just farming up those orbs. Eventually he's gonna get overwhelmed though, and this could be a problem. That's now the ref. Look at the
I mean, like when you're prepared to play against other teams and look at their VODs. No, when I prepare for a game, I use the same VODs that you guys have.
Closer's got a chance. Still gonna hurt the economy, but it all once. Movers fight though. That's it's worked wonders.
Fnatic need to make sure they get off to a strong start, get that momentum in their favor. That's not lasted very long at all. The rest of us, because that didn't look like a round that should be remotely possible. But with the aggression of the weapons and the pistols left behind, you now look at the economy available. I guess it doesn't matter. I guess the Classic is a much better gun than I'm giving it credit for.
Fnatic coming into this game at least the best anti-eco team in the league. Well, that statistic just took a big hit in a big game as well. Trying to fight back with an eco of their own. At least for now, it looked good. A Classic found the opening. Alphier shows the Guardian. Put some credits on the line, and the reward, well, it's looking decent. With Heretics already feeling the burn. Moving into the A site, though, filling in a lot of space here will give them an opportunity in a position only a Sheriff.
I think fighting back in is always going to be that little bit more difficult.
Stun salvos.
Utility to try and hold them into place, and well, it's not the prettiest of shots. Rians does well, but the spike has been dropped to the
Okay, good damage from Fnatic.
Still though, now back into a 2v2 scenario. Benji trying to find a little bit of extra space. He's been in top form as of recent games, but this is still not an easy position to get out of.
No, 6 stun's good. Yeah, many boots won that. Yeah.
When you consider how things went and the economy is obviously, even with those 2 guns only being saved as well, it wasn't easy.
Ooh, ready with Armageddon on Dish, okay.
We what though?
Got the job done, lads.
If you have a player like Cat, like win your game at AWP, I think it's better to get him the AWP as much early. I disagree. I think AWPing on this map is catfish. I don't think it's a consistent strategy. To be honest with you, I wouldn't try to get the AWP as quickly as possible on Hey Jack. On Fracture specifically. Overall, potentially, but again, the defense economy is so hard to build. So like, what you're saying though. Wait, you think you like the FPX buy then? You're basically saying you like the FPX buy because it gets the AWP quicker.
He learned that one from Benji.
Cut out a little early there for me.
Yeah.
There is the Armageddon immediately. Clearly wary of that aggression onto Dish once again that was mentioned. This time though, Kayak on
Hey,
the
Tyler.
side might have actually
What the fuck happened here, by the way?
Yes.
He learned that one
So
from
pistol round. This feels like just wrong anti-strat or something. Just seeing a brimstone and then insta ulting.
immediately. Clearly wary of that one from Benji.
We what though?
Got the job done, lads.
Was the breach done too
He
slow?
learned that one from Benji.
Cut out a little early there for me. All good.
There is the Armageddon immediately. Clearly wary of that aggression onto Dish.
That's so weird. Like that ult is way too good to be used like that.
Might have actually found a gap around the edge of the cam. I don't think Benji's gonna have any idea.
Oh.
He's here, and it's not the prettiest of shots, but Kayak is...
Okay, let me break down something for you quickly. This is why I'm a bit concerned with, you know, some teams in this league, but specifically Heretics in this moment. To send 4 people, what's their comp? Brim, Breach. Who the fuck's the last person, Teo? So when you go Dish, right? If the opposing team just does what, like this is the weakest thing Fnatic could have done, and they still went out, right? So Fnatic know there's a lot of pressure up here. As long as now, if Fnatic just push here and try and remove Cypher, like look at the space that Heretics has to work with. Like Heretics has this space to work with. They don't have access to anything here. Like if they want access to more space for their post plant, they have to push into a position in which is like defended very easily, if that makes sense. Like this is going to be awkward. This is going to be this is the best option they have here. But still, it's like going to be guarded heavily, right? Like Fnatic can just flood numbers in to support this. So what I'm trying to say is these Dish execs with 4 to 5 people on gun rounds, I think, put you in a horrible position macro-wise, because it gives you no post-plant space. Like they have to have, like Benji has to stay alive, and then they have to crunch with Benji to make this space like theirs again, so that we can go into a good post-plant again. But until that point, or if Fnatic reacts correctly and just trade off the Cypher, then, you know, they have to then go pushing through a relatively small choke point in one direction that's defended by Fnatic. So I'm not a big fan of this style of exec. I think that how I would play a Neon comp is I would do the round how they started it out and get Neon up here. and then leave with almost everyone. Maybe leave one other person. You could leave like one person with the Neon. Like maybe you leave the Breach so that the Breach can like stun. Like if Breach needs to stun, like maybe he can come here or something. He can stun. He can still stun stuff main if he needs to help these players go up main. And then if not, he could stun the site however he needs to. He could do the aftershock for the site however he needs to. He could flash support for the Neon. But in that way, if Fnatic do react here, we have numbers. And then also we have a far better post plant once we get a site because we have numbers in A main, you know? We control A main again. I think this is the biggest problem I see with Neon comps on this map is them trying to go 4 to 5 on Dish. On gun runs. And again, to highlight why, because you don't have any space in the post plant. You do not control A main in the post plant. So look here. They don't have space of anything. Boo is going to try and make a play through CT desperately by himself, but they don't have anything. Now, of course, I'm going to say all this stuff, and they're going to win anyway, but it's not a consistent way to win if they win this round. But simply putting one to hold might just get him killed. I agree with you. That's why I would probably start with 2 down here, because this Brimstone is not necessary, and have 3 up here. Get the Neon inserted in, and then put these people back down to the south side. The other way you could do it is just you just have the Cypher play full you play Cypher full like for himself, and just make sure like he has everything possible that if they do push, that he's in such a position he's at least gonna get 1 kill. And then because the defense is pushed so hard, then you've got a timing for Neon to slide in quickly behind them. So like if Benji plays this correctly, or they've taught him to play this correctly, I think it's fine if he's by himself. But you could argue that you just bring the Brimstone down here too. You put the Brimstone in this corner, like this. And you could put the Cypher like here, and you're good.
Somehow, yeah, he gets there in the end. Alpha Air above the smoke onto Miniboo, and now the numbers in Fnatic's favor. The weaponry there, the ult's online, and it's the neural theft finding the information. Big
Kayak is being stupid.
from Kayak, shots though just not landing. And the weaponry there, the ult's online, and it's the neural theft.
Like, why are we sliding out when we're smoked off still? Like, we want to create a situation in which we're fighting here and here and here at the same time. And if we do that, we win the round 100% of the time. I mean, the smokes did literally disappear, but, you know.
Still flying under the radar up top. They've not spotted him. Chronicle may well have heard those steps as he swung out wide, and with Boo tagged low, this round can easily fall apart for Heretics. It's a brave stand out.
It's gone from a 4v2, 4v3 to 2v2.
Being rooted leaves Rien's alone. The last man standing. Players all around, but he isolates it to just Chronicle. The time ticking.
That was bad by Fnatic, I'm not gonna lie. I'd be so pissed off if I was coaching.
It's not the prettiest of shots, but Kayak is still standing.
Somehow, yeah, he gets there in the end.
Especially finding that kill there. Like, this is unlosable now. Yeah, it's just what I said. He's just sliding in. And then there as well, he knows his teammate's going to be flashed right now. So he just needs to hide. Wait, let these players just shoot them to the side and then swing it together. Like, Kayak's making mistakes here.
Is going to slow down that main take. Woot still flying under the radar up top. They've not spotted him. Chronicle may well have heard those steps as he swung out wide.
I mean, they could also wait for TL Breach 2. I don't know what timings that. I don't know what the timings were like for that though.
You talk about players like Woot, but the answer that crops up the most is Rien's. The safest pair of hands in these sort of clutch. Someone where with just how calm, collected.
The fact that Heretics win this round and put Fnatic on eco and they lose the game so badly. Like, it's kind of crazy.
Looking on as his friend of old outshines him here at least to start out Fracture. Heretics, 70% of times they play an opponent's map, they steal it away. Alpha fired up inside of main. He finds the opening. He's dancing through the smokes, but eventually he will fall. The weaker weapons that are left in this round still managing to pack quite a punch. Boaster's taken down. Opponent start out looking on as his friend of old outshines him here at least to start out Fracture.
I think Fnatic have done a really good job here. Like, Fnatic have very good protocols here. Instant push out with the Neon ult, and then just keeping this smoked and having Alpha be a rat. Like, Heretics just need to jump through with a shorty, like Nats did yesterday against Magnum, I think it was. And then Boaster knows that he could just continue flooding in. I think what Heretics do here is just hold and just fight, hold and wait and fight together, instead of running through a smoke. Like, they seem very... Watching this, I'm a little bit... I'm a bit worried that Heretics just get really panicked in big games. Like, the salvos... Yeah, I mean... I know they don't really want to fight against the Neon ult, I guess, but they could just wait for it, rather than burst through a smoke. But I don't know. Maybe I'm overanalyzing.
The numbers are somehow in Fnatic's favor. Damage is done too, and now the players are coming back up through main. This is outside push from A main. Well, it bought them a bit of space, but that orbital strike takes it right back into Heretics.
That's rough.
2v3.
Yeah, he'd normally want to save that for the post, but they desperately needed that extra space. With Armageddon available, well, not anymore.
That's a good stun from Kayak.
Actually get an early fight. Chronicle has managed to slip the net into the close corner. I don't know if he's going to check it whatsoever. Will break.
Just heard the very a lot of the time, but yeah, taking him down from the side, nothing he can do. 3-2.
What made you decide before to put Alpha on Sentinel? I mean, he was picked up to play Sentinel. He played Killjoy. His main agent was Killjoy before joining our team.
So desperately close here, and it's done absolutely perfect. Yet you see,
on
even
BBL,
still, that player goes down to
lost.
16.
They're also lost. Like, I'm walking to walk out. What is going on?
By Mini Boo. Heretics right back on the horse though with a full buy.
Still with a purchase. Overdrive available. Ults for...
A little bit. I know Fnatic like to play the Teo up here sometimes to see Dish. I wonder what they're gonna do here, because like obviously Teo can stand here and drone out for South side. So I'm looking at this curiously.
Firmly in the favor of Fnatic though. This is where they could look to build.
Alpha's played off-site a lot today. Okay, they were playing a lot of on-site before. Okay, they Teo drone north side. I wonder then. And they're just going to contact south side at the same time. I wonder if Crashies would ever do this. I presume he won't. I presume he'll do this, and then they'll just flank bomb side.
In this round with a full setup of
What's this camera?
trying to make sure they don't get anything for free.
I want to see this camera.
Mini Boo, someone we talked about confidence issues in the past, wanting to see him get off to a good start. Of course, up against Kayak, he has been shut down in week 5 when they played each other. It was the Kayak show. Now his opportunity for redemption up against the man himself. Benji Fishy is caught in the corner, finds himself one anyways, and a little bit of extra info. Cage trying to keep himself alive. Rien's at least is down in week 5. Wanting to see him get off to a good start. Of course, up against Kayak, he has been shut down in week 5 when they played each other. It was the Kayak show. Now his opportunity for redemption up against the man himself. Benji.
Bro, they just pushed into CT and killed. Oh, free kill. That's crazy. That's kind of really well played by Heretics.
Keeping favor in Team Heretics camp, but the spike still needs to be planted. And Crashies is here waiting for that cross. For now, though, it seems like they might be expecting the rotation. Alphair steps away from the site, leaves Crashies alone, and maybe they don't want this fight. Heretics could get a free plant.
Silken, knowing more value, something You're in the battle.
Decimated in one shot. That's where
Okay, so Fnatic now played offsite B and lost to this play.
complete difference.
A really nice play from Heretics.
And you can see Minibu definitely off to that strong start.
But last game their problem was B2. Like they tried everything on B. They tried onsite, offsite, and onsite and offsite, and they got owned.
You know, it's really difficult time.
Hands of time, man. They're unforgiving.
Oh. Boaster's another highlight as well.
What?
Hands of time.
That's a
they're
misclick.
unforgiving.
Oh. Boaster's another highlight as well. He's had a good season individually.
What the fuck?
Struggled when it came to this matchup.
Do I think my 2023 Fnatic was the best team ever? Yes.
Ready and waiting. Always been one of his best maps over on Fracture. And for now, at least, they have the opening advantage.
Oh, that timing perfect on the swing. Alpha here took a while.
Have the opening.
Guys, you guys are asking me a lot of questions. And I appreciate it. But during VOD reviews, I really try and like if you could ask, if you don't have questions specific to the VOD review, I would urge you to ask them on my Discord, and then I can answer them a later time. Because if I start answering like general questions, I get very distracted from the VOD. And I think most people are here to watch the VOD, I'd imagine, rather than hear me yap. Okay, so Teo Arcade wasted. Fnatic now looking to play more of a Flood style with Cypher on site, and then one late lurk.
Ready and waiting. Always been one of his best maps over on Fracture. And for now, at least they have
Oh, the breach stun's okay because it's gonna catch Whoop,
On the swing. Alpha here took
but
a
it didn't
while.
really catch anything else.
Swinging on Taboo, though.
Yeah.
Benji Fishy only got one last round. He wasn't happy with that. Steps up for a second, but not quite the third. It's Alpha here to take it across the line.
So their style this round just worked, like the on-site flood.
Caught by the ult, and now he's
So I imagine they'll continue doing that.
It seems like Fnatic take over from when he's having to play around.
Arcade setup now for Fnatic.
It doesn't seem to work.
well, there's Util off rip from Heretics. They're looking for aggressive space take. Much to Rian's chagrin, he goes down. Rip
Bro,
from
how's supposed to
Heretics.
got a kill from?
Aggressive space take.
He's got a stinger kill immediately from here. Headshot. I mean, I guess the Cypher trip is helping him, but Jesus.
Much to Rian's
I guess
chagrin,
Kron
he
did
goes
damage.
down to the salvos in main. Quick trades back and forth, and it leaves Fnatic with the advantage.
Yeah, so now Fnatic have shown. Okay, so Fnatic have done some problem solving on the B side of the map. I feel like they can play off site, they can play like a Cypher site flood, and they can play an arcade setup. So they do have stuff.
We've seen this a couple times now, but Boo manages to find one with a classic. He's gonna need a little bit more though, as he's now all alone.
Got a lot of
The time earned for getting first seed is so valuable that they definitely at least practice Fracture a little bit.
sidearm that sits in hand for now.
Who? Heretics.
I think just wary of what ground has been taken though. You know where the spike is. He has a stinger, but is waiting for the swing out from Chronicle. If he gets this kill, it could be a completely different story.
Fracture is going out for Toronto, yeah.
Was playing at range with an SMG. If it's a
Is now 15 seconds on the clock. Bookins
To be fair, I probably shouldn't even watch this technically, but I guess
by Fnatic,
I guess I should, to be honest.
Chronicle not make rounds. Those are Armageddon available.
that's all that they had to work on. I mean, they are essentially the same when it comes to taking on opponents with equal weaponry.
And Pack? EMEA, Emir, and PAC?
7%
Realize that includes the majority of
Okay, so trap setup. Saw this quite a lot recently. Stun salvos, and then the Cypher runs up, I think. I thought usually it was someone behind this box, but
teams and other regions. It's not the best, especially for a team that has always
I don't really know what this trip does. I guess this trip is... Oh, I know what it does, actually. So this trip is to be like, oh shit, they're coming dish. And then Boaster will immediately smoke here, I think, off of reaction of that one. And then it means that this trip covers you from someone just trying to jump out the smoke.
been known for a lot of those utility setups you'd expect
Definitely.
that on a map of their choice they'd be
And this is really nice from Kayak. like anytime you see a defender just immediately take this line and get it for free, like I love teams that test this, you know, teams that test this. Like everything like is good for Fnatic right now. Bosa's just a little bit worried they could be going arcade, but he'll start rotating quickly. He could do this, but then Neon Operator, I'm not sure.
Pace change though coming in.
Yeah.
Well, Alpha of their choice. They'd be strong in it. Pace change though coming in.
Oh, look at that. Look, you see? Mini Boo expected Alpha here off the camera, like I said. And Alpha's just fucking just stood still and just owned him. Jesus.
He's been at the right place at the right time. Dominating that beat.
Is that anti? I don't know what that is.
We already mentioned, you know, early on.
Mini Boo just knows how that setup works. And Fnatic just don't do it the normal way. And I don't know why they don't do it the normal way. They probably have like... Whenever I see Fnatic do like a meta thing differently, I just have this voice of Boaster in my head of just like, oh, we should do it like this because of this and this and this, you know what I mean? And then I probably argue with them a little bit, and then we realize whichever one's better is better. Like, we'll try it, and then if it's better, we'll use it, you know what I mean? This round was a hard read. What do you think Fnatic had a hard read that that Mini Boo would do this specifically? That's a pretty niche read. Like, fair enough if they did, but pretty niche. Oh, to move Alpha onto A. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. The macro adjustment. I see what you mean. I would agree with you. I think it meant the micro adjustment, not the macro adjustment. Once again, it feels like Fnatic have just got Heretics number right now. He got away with murder on the pistol by playing the same pistol, and then Heretics incidents them. Heretics tried to do a dish exec with 4 people, won a clutch to get it. They explored B and won a nice B round by getting the person out here. And then Fnatic have just been flooding B since, and then adjusted to A. And now 2 rounds in a row. Like, this kind of thing is like game-winning kind of rounds. Like, Kite getting this line twice for free is kind of big. Oh god. That's a huge kill from Kron. I think against Neon, I think Bo's just being a little bit cheeky. Yeah, I think I think in the future he won't shoot his gun randomly though. This is interesting. But Boo cannot do anything with the trips. Oh, okay. Heretics tap spike, and then they're gonna just re-go back to
this problem of Fnatic's quick rotations, and it has been left mostly open.
Okay, nice. Heretics then just know that they can't go A. Both teams just playing well right now.
He needs to land the immediate shot. Benji gets a kill on the other side, but Kayak is well aware. Another for Rians though. Benji gets by Kayak could definitely create enough space. He needs to land the immediate shot. Benji gets a kill on the other side, but Kayak is well aware.
Okay, a little bit. Like, Fnatic keep getting caught in Gen area. To be honest, yeah, Fnatic should win this round as well. Once again, Heretics got active towards the Gen and got a free kill. But that position is favored for defense.
Going all the way back to kick off. It's a save card thrifty. Another one. Like I said, I think both teams.
I like the fish.
Have been very to it. I'm liking the choices in this building up for the side of Heretics, and now they come in with an Armageddon orbital strike. If they get a plant, it's over. But it could also be used just to get them the space.
Interesting trip on site. I like that trip. Once again, Fnatic back to offsite. I mean, they kind of got to because of these. I think that this drone is a waste of a drone sometimes, really. Like, this drone is good against teams who, like, have an arcade setup ready. But I feel like in this moment, when I've got these ults, I would love to just see the drone just go through tower right now. Like, just try and prod out this space a little bit. And then, like, salvo out the space. So that we can get Teo here. Drone through tower. We'll notice that there's nobody here at all. Get to save Brim and Teo ult. If we really need to, we just Teo ult here. Or, like, here. Wait, that's kind of nasty, actually. If we know that the Cypher is playing where Cypher is right now. Wait, where's Valorant breaking? Like, I think the drone could be used to see if Sight's playing retake or not. Especially against Fnatic. You know that Fnatic are gonna have protocols against big ults. Where they like to play off-site a lot. So I would get to here. Oh shit, not Wele. Get to here, drone through. This drone looks so bad. Use the Teo drone through. And then save the ults for post. And you could ult here for a potential free kill. Bro, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Otherwise, if you're in trouble and you need to just get people away from you, I guess you could ult here if you're having troubles. It's not really gonna do much though. I think you just wait for post. But I like this idea. Like, that's a free kill a lot of the time. You just have to hold the person here.
Right? When to get in and when to lock.
Surely it's because they're expecting the operator. Yeah, I mean, it could be the operator. So, like, it is safe. But what I'd then argue is that you have a Cypher. Like, I'd be kind of happy for even a Cypher to just be using his cam if you really need it. I think with Neon and if you smoke here, you salvo this and this, and you flash, I don't think the operator's gonna do anything.
Lot to worry about in those early fights. And they're looking for this deep A main aggression.
Yeah, the drone can jump tower. You can stand underneath the tower and jump up and put it through the tower.
A lockdown control for them late into the round. They still have to be worried about drop down though in that late play. And a much more passive approach to this B site. Again, though, that comes off the back of seeing these ultimates, expecting an Armageddon to clear exactly the space that it's going into. No one needs to move on Fnatic. They were already set up for this. Those spams come.
We lost a BO5 in 2023.
Someone down. But in the end, Fnatic survived behind those smokes.
You don't play many BO5s though.
Hoping that Boo will make a mistake. Denying this plant though. Seems big attack.
Yeah, Bosa keeps getting caught. Oh, they did use the tail ult, like I said, but it's like I said, it doesn't really do that much. The thing it did allow them to do is to deep smoke, but now they're kind of open.
But in the end, Fnatic survived behind those smokes. In fact, Boaster gets in front of them, hoping that Boo will make a mistake. Denying this plant though, seems big attack. Boaster's pushed out. Big orbital strike.
Yeah, you think they're not going to ult the same.
I mean, that's a lot of ults used there from Heretics just to get sight, and they still haven't planted. The casters kept saying Kayak is Mini Boo's kryptonite. Why do you think that's the case? Is it playstyle him? It's because he probably died to Mini Boo. I don't think it was. I don't. Unless there's more to that narrative than from tier 2 or something, but it's because he probably died to him. Like, it's a Batman reference. Kryptonite is Superman. Why is it a Batman reference? Sometimes I don't know if you guys. Oh God, Kayak ones. I need to stop looking at chat. Let me watch the review. Like, can you guys say stupid shit later when I'm not watching a VOD? Again, okay, so Fnatic stole this round away. I mean, there was a couple of rounds I thought Heretics stole away so far, so I think Fnatic stealing this one away is kind of fair. Nice shots from Kayak. Kayak's got very good ADS aim. He ADSs quite a lot, and he's got very good ADS aim. Does the Premi taps as well as he does it.
Keeps the lead in Fnatic's favor. And they can close this out 7-5. They won the pistol. They looked like they were off to a good start, but disruption early on from Heretics has slowed down. And to a good start, but disruption early on from Heretics has slowed down. And now it could be
I think Heretics are just being abused on this map so far. Like, I know that you guys are going to be looking at 6-5 thinking this is a fair half, but it's not. It's not. I think they're kind of getting a bit owned. There's some very simple macro stuff I think that they could shift, but they're not gonna, because it's like, what's the point? Like, Sunset's back in the pool. I think Heretics will look at this game and say that, like, okay, we played Fracture, a map that we don't love, and it's going out of the pool. Sunset's back, a map we love. And we played Icebox and tried to play without Teo. Like, that would be my copium if I'm Heretics. Wait, should I listen to this? Because I was kind of being a bit, like, flamey to Mixwell the other day.
Change rosters all the time because they had problems with visas and Patty was coming in and out, and still managed to get a second place in almost every run they played. It was a project for the long run that ended up being so successful that not even the organization was aware of their true potential. And after the finals of Champions, losing against EDG in that fashion, the players were devastated, of course. They were devastated, and coming back from that was hard. You could see it at the start of the year. They were still not in their best shape. Mentally, they were not there. And right now, we're seeing them better than ever. I think Minibu is doing his best Valorant, and the rest of the team is doing it as well. I think they recovered, and not winning last year, it's good for them, because I think they never lost the fire to win, and I think it's their year. I think Team Heretics is going to win at least one.
I like that narrative. I think it's a weird way. It's a weird way to almost say it, but like I agree. Where it's like, the fact they didn't win last year will make this year better for them, if that makes sense. Even though obviously they would have preferred to win last year. It's a lot easier to go into a year knowing that there's like a very clear objective. Thank you, Peter Davis Gaming. Thank you very much for the sub. We will not be discussing fluorescent drama. I advise you to go read stuff for yourself and keep it out of the chat, because I've not read anything, like, to the point where it's a bit big enough stuff that, like, it's not drama, and it's not drama at all. It's serious allegations. So I would be very happy if you guys could not talk about it in the stream, because it's going to distract, and it's irrelevant to discuss right now, if that makes sense. Like, you know, so please don't talk about it. Like, go if you want to go talk about it, go talk about it somewhere else. You know what I mean? Once stuff comes to light and, you know, things happen, then we could have a reasonable discussion about it, but now is not the time. Okay, right, attack side Fnatic, defense. So they got the camera out, and Crashy's very smartly runs away. I love this from Alpha. Alpha's lurking on this map was phenomenal last time they played too. But this is just good understanding. This has a really good feeling for, like, how Heretics are playing this round out. And look at Wu, he's just gonna look like a noob. Gets a little too aggressive, punished for it, expecting a gap, and there certainly was not one there. But a 4-4 post plant for Fnatic as a result. The camera even spotting this two-man north side push. A lot of information now for that attacking side to work with. Managed to at least reclaim. The one thing I am curious about is the fact that Heretics did go eventually back for this side of the push. The problem is, though, is that this trip exists, so it's like, Fnatic going to be so secure that all of this space they don't have to worry about for ages. So I don't know if north side pushing is gonna be a amazing thing.
Alfie already picking off Benji. This is looking like a second pistol.
Having an academy team
They're gonna
is
have to have one of these
a must for
fights going
teams.
their way, and in fact, it's gone completely wrong. Rians though, never count him out. The salvos will buy that extra time. That's a
I
big
don't think you guys understand how much money an academy team can cost. Like, there's two ways to operate an academy team, right? And most teams are probably going to end up paying an academy team very little money.
Fnatic extend their lead a little bit further,
And it's like,
but they do have to
I don't know. I don't know where I stand with the academy teams. It's obviously good for the org, but like,
It was the pistol round followed by a 3 consecutive
if you
rounds.
can't do the academy system right, it just feels wrong.
The lurk up through Nords and being
Focus on VOD
they
review.
could not
I mean, I am. I was just...
being able to focus on that fight
Christ.
just puts another gun
If I choose to answer a question, that's my own choice, okay?
and they played off it perfectly. Heretics left with pistols and
Like, I don't need you to direct me. Okay, so eco, anti-eco, five south side from Fnatic. They're gonna pressure here quickly. If they get a kill or see too much pressure, don't see any pressure, they'll go in, which is what they've done. If there's too much pressure here, they'll probably just come back this way. Common anti-eco is very strong.
that rifle has been juggled over into Alfia's hands for the remainder. Again, it comes down to just how much damage can they get. That's at least one for Mini.
And even then, it really mattered. Miniboo just now seeing that it was only a ghost. We've seen a lot of on Fnatic, no surprise.
We did not have a scrim partner, no. I think we had a mandatory was like a partner team or something, and we would like try to get them scrims more often because we would have like we'd want to pay them back for like being able to potentially use our players and stuff. But we didn't have scrim partners, no. I would just choose people to scrim that I like to play against. And because we're Fnatic, we can choose whoever we want to scrim against, because everyone wants to scrim against us, right? So quite often I would, yeah. Right, 3A main, just standard, and then an arcade setup up here. Just fire with fire right now. Alpha again. Solo north side. I wonder if they make a call around this trip. Like, Bosa's the kind of person who'd like to make a call around this trip, maybe. Like, he might set up something on this side of the map and have Alpha break the trip as they're ready to like go out here or something.
I don't think he's going to get a chance for a pick here, but even destroying that utility, putting question marks into play for the defense could have its value.
The coach chooses the scrim partner. Those people they scrim, yeah.
With the Marshal looking for the picks early on.
Some teams have their manager do it, I think, but I did it.
almost the timing on Taboo, but
Okay, so a little fake towards B.
back. Looking like it's gonna go back in the other direction, but it will leave them with
Oh, mini boo's getting active, but it's gonna be fake info.
40 seconds left on the clock.
Oh,
They've
Woot's
still
been
got
dragged
a lot
out
of
of
ground.
position.
Timing here for Woot is gonna be absolutely everything. If he gets this pick, it's a big problem, but Kayak has been an unstoppable force so far.
And then a fake again. Oh my god.
They already to A. Let's start clearing out the other side, and now the smokes fall. And
The only problem here for Fnatic is they don't have anything in post. They need to get tower at least right now. But they only have stairs. And they have stairs, and they're two agents that can actually post plant the best. Well, Hans and Teo are on site committed right now. Like, this isn't going to get active at all. Kron doesn't have Aftershock, so it's fine. But this Molly not being active in this post plant's a big deal.
nowhere to be seen.
They already got rid of that camera early on inside B main, so it's not to be worried about Rien's.
That's a big kill from Kron.
He was already so desperately low. Boom.
That's a big 2 kills from Kron.
Still picks him up. Now just on the board. Their chance will be on the Atlas. It will never end. Certainly not in his favor.
Oh,
As the players
close.
continue to be picked off. Salvos come online. Time keeps ticking, and it's still not
Now, people look at that and probably like, oh, Teo was so annoying, but it's like that. Teo is irrelevant in this situation.
No matter how strong Miniboo is in those fights, Fnatic had all they needed to put 10-5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you can kind of see why those nerves are coming.
Yeah, that was a great call from Boaster.
The amount of sort of time that could just be bought on the clock by Crashies alone. And this
Who
fight
said
might look
Boostio?
different.
New
Right
IGO.
now,
Boostio is a fairly new IGO, I'd say.
10 rounds on the board. Calls for Heretics, the story. has been for a while about that second place curse.
He's like in the middle, if that makes sense. He's not new, he's not old.
Of last year, well, the reason they never won it was because of this squad in front of them. Even if
See, okay, do you remember, like, okay, I know this is just a breach ult strat from Fnatic, but do you see, like, the difference already? Like, in the dish exec? Like, that exactly what I was saying is kind of true for Fnatic here. I know it's a set strat where they've got a very set idea of their breach ult, so, like, you know, but you can see the 3-2 being the preferred, you know, way around. This camera breaking, this is cool. So off of this camera, if it breaks here, Kron will ult here. If it breaks here, Kron will ult here, I imagine. And then we're going to see Neon follow wherever the breach is ulted from. Oh. Okay, okay. That's interesting. I wonder if they change this in the future. So Kron's protocol is to just always ult here, presuming that they catch someone here. But they might have to change it. They might think about changing that. Like if someone comes here, like they might just better off like ulting like Sands instead.
even if internationally they did better.
Those smokes are kind of fucked Kayak there. That's very strange. Yeah, this feels a bit off. I think Boaster didn't understand fully, because Boaster should have smoked here and here to allow Kayak to just flood in. But I think I think they do have the protocol I'm saying. I just think Kron didn't ult the right way. I think because Boaster wouldn't immediately smoke this off. Like these smokes are for when you want to go this way, if that makes sense. So like he's blocked off Kayak from punishing the Sands player. So I think something a little bit off there from Fnatic, but you can see the idea. The idea was nice from Fnatic. The ult idea was nice.
This rifle recovered. Miniboo managed to chip away at them last time.
Who are your tier 2 EMEA prospects? That's a very good question that you should ask me at a later point. I can't answer that question right now.
When it comes to that second. Oh, here's a great stat as well, backing that up.
I actually haven't done much scouting this year for obvious reasons. I have no benefit to scouting. Like I'm not going to waste my time sitting around like looking at stats all the time.
But he does seem to be his kryptonite. 11 rounds on the board for Fnatic, and something changed with a player that many in the world have learned to fear. But he does seem to be his kryptonite. Duels against Miniboo.
Sorry. No, it's the other way around, whoever was saying this. Kayak beat Miniboo. My worry is that Miniboo plays against in big games or games against Fnatic. Miniboo does seem to not be doing as well right now. Like it's really hard to understate how good Miniboo has been this year. And then for some reason in both the Fnatic games he's been very just whatever, you know.
11 rounds on the board for Fnatic, and something has got to change for Heretics. They've got ultimates, Rolling Thunder, and Orbital Strike coming into this round. And on attack side, that can be used to great effect to take.
I don't know if it's big game specifically, or it's just this year on big games. Like I don't know if last year in big games he struggled. I think in last year it was fine. Like Miniboo just wasn't as good overall last year as his performances this year. But he was good in big games last year from what I remember. He fragged in the first game, not against Kayak. Is that... Okay, let me just look quickly. I don't want to like... He went -12 overall. He went -3 this map and -9 in the next map. Which for Miniboo this year is an incredible difference. You know? Like, Miniboo this year would be going +15, like, consistently. Oh, +12 in the first game against Fnatic? Okay. Are you saying mini boost the Haaland for Heretics? No, I'm speaking out loud about something that I'm not even right about. Because apparently he went plus 12 in the first game against Fnatic,
Well, even Orbital Strike committed. 5 versus 3
which is
with
decent.
5 seconds on the clock when
But
that
he
will
has been doing
take
monster
out.
numbers this
I'm a
year.
little surprised. The respect being shown, perhaps for good reason, but they dropped Kayak right away.
So even
10
plus 12
seconds,
is like
salvos to
it's
deny
like an
the
average day in the office for mini boo this
If
year.
this spike makes it down, I will be very surprised.
Okay, let's look back in.
Leave in this map at least.
Whole lot more indeed. Now one player's got a pistol.
Yeah, I think the
Kayak.
high stakes game we'll see later. I think Toronto is where we have to judge it. I think judging the games in EMEA regionally,
Found in the last half. Certainly far
I think
trap already
you
destroyed.
could judge the game later as a high stakes game, depending how
Kayak on his way.
because there are obviously other like reasons for
First to draw blood.
winning later.
Under the pressure as predicted. Mini boot to fall as well.
But for me, it's Toronto. I think will become the big test.
Space rolling for sure any time now.
Okay, north side push. So yeah, so this time quick north side push.
Be under pressure any time now. An ultimate put into play. Kayak on his way straight through. There it is activated.
It's nice.
Mini boo's the first to draw blood. It's Benji under the pressure.
It's good trades out.
Mini boot to fall as well.
I just yeah.
Numbers
Good breach shot.
but the attack side has space. Rolling Thunder
Hmm.
keeps the spike in the defender's hands. They've got it dropped in towards main for now, but Alpha here with a
Alpha since last game has been playing really well. Like it's so good. It's so good for Fnatic if Alpha's playing like how he is. Because I'll be frank, like Alpha wasn't playing that well until last game. Like he wasn't having a great time. If Alpha's back in form and Fnatic are playing this confidently, like they don't have anything to worry about. You know what I mean? Like to put it bluntly, like Alpha was supposed to be the player that had to pop off on this team when people like saw what the roster was going to be, and he's not needed to. He hasn't really been needed, and they've still been doing well. So like if he can continue, like kind of sick. Because this is kind of how you expect the scoreboard to be, right? Like you kind of want it to be like, you know, these three young fraggers, and then like Boaster putting up numbers to his IGL, and then with Crash he's just like supporting a bit more. But obviously Crashes and Boasters have had big games too and been playing quite well.
Alongside ultimate for Minibu, it feels like they've almost put all their eggs in one basket. He's dead immediately. Alpha here again with the opener. He's dead. Alongside ultimate.
Alpha doesn't need resources. That's more just him just playing Sentinel though, and just him just doing stuff like that, which makes no sense.
His utility so important here on the attack, but now he's starting to claim a name for himself with the gun in hand. I think just one behind.
Yeah, Alpha's just become a beast. It's a very good thing for Fnatic going into Toronto. If Alpha can have another good game in the grand finals, going into Toronto, he should feel pretty confident, and that's a scary prospect. So I think overall this game, Fnatic did some really good stuff. Heretics had some stuff that they needed to kind of like, some like minor stuff that they would need to kind of fix, but the problem is now Fracture's out of the pool, they're not going to care at all. So it's not really that big a deal. Some really nice rounds from Fnatic though too. But some, yeah, a little bit shakiness from Heretics at times. Specifically those early dish ideas, I don't think worked that well for Heretics. And then on defense, they seem to have a plan about north side pushing.
Close defeat to Team Liquid, who again, like historically, have been very good at this map. And then
Why do I have the Lord of the Rings trilogy on my desktop? Because the website I used to watch stuff on wasn't working, and I wanted to watch Lord of the Rings.
I think it was 27 and 17 while playing a Sage, and you go, okay, you get one or two other players stepping off alongside him, and this could be a very different.
Okay, right. So we got this comp here. So should I quickly just talk about this? I really like Fnatic's comp. I think it's one of the best comps on this map by far. I have said it openly, I think on stream and cast quite a few times, that I think that you want to be playing 1 out of 2 of these agents minimum. Ideally, it would be Sage. I don't know why people seem to not like this agent on this map. I think it's phenomenal. It always has been. It always will be. Statistically it's proven. Yeah. So I think you want 1 or 2. To go 2 out of 2 though is kind of sick. So kind of some of the ideas that they can do. You know, if the other team gets a spike down, then obviously they just got the wall and little bro to defuse, which is kind of sick. Like they can just little bro wall defuse a lot of the time, which is kind of incredible. But then at the same time, because they have both of these pieces of util, you'll see Kayak doing like a lot of TikTok walls because they could still go for like opening picks with the Sage and then still have little bro to defuse, you know? So because they got both, they can do that. You know, you lack some of the potency of like some of the early picks from a Jett. But to be honest with you, I think the stuff Jett can do is against the best teams shouldn't get away with it, if that makes sense. Like if we're looking at a Teo Gecko, like I don't think that these 2 agents should really allow a Jett to do these shenanigans that easily. So I'm kind of in for this comp a lot. Like I really like it. There are some issues where, you know, on defense, because there's no aggressive threat a lot of the time, you'll see Fnatic probably be playing like a lot around the back of the site, and so it can allow the attack to scale up quite a lot, and even you might end up in retake quite a lot, which is a potential weakness, I guess, that like teams might just end up scaling on you quite heavy because there is a lack of threat of some of the Jett ideas. But there still are some TikTok walls you could probably do to like navigate around that. Probably still some aggressive ideas you can try, but obviously not as good as without a duelist, as with a duelist. What about Euro on this map? I think Euro is a little bit underrated. I think you could have fast TP like towards this side of the map, and then just play like you do KO on this side of the map, and just like flash and peek and stuff. I think it's a little bit underrated. I don't think it's I don't know where I sit between like these 3 agents. I know that I would be testing Waylay if I wanted to play like one of these agents, if you know what I mean. Like I would test the Waylay. So I'm not sure on my opinion on this stuff yet. I have a feeling that I wouldn't want to play Jett though.
Story. Then you add in
And then on attack side, we got the Gecko, Wingman, and Sage walls to plant.
Let's see how this goes.
We just have so much good utility. And then if we get into a post plant with this comp, like Gecko, Molly, Viper Spit, Killjoy Mod Nanos, Teo Salvos, like we have a good comp to get the spike down and a good comp to play post plant with. Like it's just brutal. Fnatic with the weird defense wall. It's like a retake A wall. It's kind of cool. Mid push with Sage on pistol. I'm a bit not loving the idea. We lose the Sage wall if we die, which on pistol is obviously better because it takes about 1,000 clips of 1,000 bullets of a classic to break the wall. So not the biggest fan of this pistol. Chamber icebox, yeah, to be fair, sorry, Chamber should go into that mix of agents that I just discussed, like the Omen, Jett, Waylay agents. I would have Chamber in that mix too.
playing yellow and only getting 1 kill. Can't believe it. Thought he'd have at least 2.
What?
Under
Poster?
serious pressure. Wingman
What I did like about this pistol is it's a lot like G2's pistol. One that we have in our playbook that we did for Patreon is, you know, you push down here and then you can flank extremities. So we see that right now. The problem is that half of Fnac's dead already.
can get the plant in, and well, that gives the space for the others to push. They've spotted Crashy's flank, and both players.
Who cares about these tier 4 VOD reviews? We want the best team in the world right now, Team Liquid. Will I also watch Team Liquid BBL? What's the time? Yes, I will. Like, I'll stop the stream as soon as EMEA starts, or when I finish the VOD reviews.
Maybe this one still has some legs in it. 2 quick kills.
Where has this hope come from?
I remember seeing that on Twitter, actually. How the fuck does little bro
Where has this hope
get Kron here?
come from? Oh, the stun perfect though. Chronicle.
The stun perfect, though.
Take him down now. Crashy's all alone. And they're lined up. The high-low setup almost isolates one. The shot's not quite landing. 4, 3, 2 bullets left. And he's out. The reload they'll swing on, but that's a boot.
Quite see a lot of, I don't know, at times, but to do it for you. You can do with a Gecko. That's why I can think of a duelist main or two who just swapped to that and started playing it on his streams.
A second ago, I said that it was a great stun. I think that was Chronicle's own wingman from down below that stunned him. Because in the kill correct me if I'm wrong, but his utility belt doesn't do any stunning. So that's a little bit unfortunate. It might even be through the floor as well. I'm not sure I've seen that before with that kind of height.
I like this from Benji. I like this. This is something that I've not really seen too much before, where you alarm bot one side and then you scale the other side. It really does clean up the anti-eco in a way, or it cleans up the kind of long B stuff. The issue with doing this is that you then are forced to turret here, which isn't a very good turret, because you want your turret to be looking over this way. But it does allow you to scale out. So I like the idea from Heretics here on the anti-eco.
Wingman, a very effective buddy, I suppose.
Although anti-eco, walking out by yourself. I mean, he is the Benji. I think I've done this on cast a few times. Like, this is the Benji fishy. He buys a ghost and he just goes by himself. If he sees people, then he kills them. If he doesn't see people, then they just go to him. I mean, if he sees people, he probably trades and then they just go the other side, if you know what I mean. So this is the Benji fishy anti-eco for Heretics. It's very inspired by Counter-Strike anti-ecos, where like there's quite a lot of anti-ecos in Counter-Strike where you would just send a player out with a USP and then react off of the information they have.
26 and 16. He has been in form, especially in recent times. With the space he's taken, the team are actually going to rotate in.
Is no duelist on Icebox meta now? This is the thing. It should be at least it should be very in the meta, because I think, well, the version that I think should be in the meta is the Fnatic version right here. The problem is that the version that I think everyone's going to run is the Omen version, which is nothing like this version at all. This version is so much better, in my opinion. Like, this is real boring, real boring Icebox. Like, duo with Muda. Who's Muda? Is that the guy who shouts a lot? Is he the one that shouts a lot? American guy? Okay. Wind Trader. Oh, Wind Trader. Like, my road to Radiant is done purely off a track-by-track momentum. His is built off of the, you know, the same kind of ethics we're seeing in Tier 2 Valorant right now. Doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. I win with integrity. I lose with integrity, I should say.
We've seen Heretics do more with less.
More with less.
We've seen Heretics do more with less.
Okay, pushing out the turret.
Just in the previous round, or previous map, I should say.
Always having the option to do this for Fnatic right now. But a very difficult round now because Heretics are literally scaled all the way up B long. This to me, I'd be very worried if I was Fnatic and I knew at round 1, like this is happening to us already.
Met some resistance, but Heretics I think are playing this as a fake. Drone and Flash go up. Players spotted, noise still being made, but now
I think that Heretics are playing this wrong. I think that what you do if you're Heretics here is you do a little bit of util, but you leave one person. You have to leave one person, especially when shit like this is happening. And that one person can continue to put the pressure here safely, in a safe way, and keep he needs to keep making noise whilst this is happening. Because now they're all gonna rotate. There's no noise. There's no noise at all. It's all been cut, and they're gonna rotate. By the time they rotate, Fnatic should understand what's happening.
back around to the B site, and indeed, because of the space taken, front yellow watched by Benji, back by Boo.
You see, like they kind of know.
30 seconds left.
They're a bit slow about it though, so Heretics are gonna get the B site for free. And I think the other thing is that Fnatic are happy to play retake, especially on B, with the Sage Wall and Gecko Wingman and stuff. So we'll see how this plays out. I mean, little bro's planting in the open. Hello? What the fuck was that from Heretics? Bro, that's lost in the round immediately. That little bro plant is just lost in the round, straight up. Like, the round would have been fine. We were on for a good round if Woot just plants here. He's tried to plant here, and then all of Heretics started running away. Sovate's kind of meh. It's not as good as Gecko.
And even those 1 or 2 extra picks coming across the line, they bring big value to Team Heretics in a round like that. So they definitely, considering the A site fake really didn't work out. I mean, you still close.
You're Immortal 1 at 16. Do you have a chance to go pro soon? Look, I'm Immortal 1 at 30. So you got your fucking work cut out for you, because I am gonna make it and you're not. I'll see you on the server, buddy.
To stay in position, they get the reward, and they don't lose too many players.
Rotated the other way. They were like, yeah, that's fake.
Okay, Nano to break the Q. I hope we see Alpha break this. No, bro, come on. I mean, he's smart enough to take. Okay, so he's smart enough to take the turret away, because now it's on a lower cooldown. But little Alpha's not learned how to break mollies yet.
They had so much available.
Again, B long is free once again for Heretics. So there's one of two things I'm thinking about right now when I see this. First thing is that if I was playing against this, I'd feel uncomfortable, and I'd want at one point to shut this down if I'm Fnatic. But the other thing I'm thinking about is that maybe Fnatic just know that if Heretics take B long, they might want to just end B. And ending B on this map is nowhere near as good as ending A. Especially when Fnatic have got this comp to retake with. They'll be more than fine to just retake the B. And even if they try, like Heretics try to plant the spike, stuff like what happened last round can happen quite easily, where Fnatic can just rail them with just shots from either angle. So I wonder if Fnatic are happy to do this because they think that Heretics won't play out the end round correctly. But if the way that Heretics should play out these rounds is to just continue to just create pressure on both sides and then just eventually just walk into A probably, because it'll most likely be free. Like, this pressure should be enough to make A really weak. If it's not, then you can always come back, I guess, and then have like late lurks in like weird spots. But something in the first round so far, Heretics have shown that they're fine. They're fine with ending B, when I don't think they should be as fine to end B as what they just did. But we'll see. We'll see this round if they actually plant the spike correctly, how it works. But I think ending B against this comp is a mistake.
Can become tough.
Obviously a pretty intense read on this peak coming through middle. You can see that it's a high-low setup late into the round. They put pressure on B. They show tail so that hopefully somebody goes for that mid-aggression. In the end, it doesn't really come through. You could consider goes for that late into the round.
This is lovely from Fnatic as well. The push out on timing here. Like, this is a Dirker protocol that we used to have. And he's doing it with fucking tail. Like, picking this map against Fnatic, I know Fnatic didn't have a great map against Team Liquid, but there is enough knowledge on Icebox in that team to know how to play this map as the best team in the world. Like, these little things are the kind of things that... Okay, Kron's got fucking owned. There's a lot of these little things that Fnatic know. And if they pull them out correctly, and like know how it all like comes together. Those are two sus things I just said. Like the flank as well, it's beautiful. I don't love Sage flanking with those Sage Wall, but it's like watching Paper Rex. Like in the best ways possible. Okay, okay. I say that, and Boaster literally does the worst way of Paper Rex play. This is like the best way Paper Rex plays, is this like really aggressive defense style. And then I've said the word Paper Rex, and Boaster's ran out of a fucking Viper Wall by himself. Thinking he's fucking... What's he doing? What's going on?
And now even less so, looking for that retake, looking for the fight. Alpha, 8 HP. All hope may rest on Kayak's head, but manages to find one. Alpha buys that little bit of space.
Okay.
Not quite lasting.
Yep, some mistakes from Fnatic there. Some really nice ideas, and then some just mistakes towards the end. Some easy, like, just free deaths, it felt like. Christ. I want to see that on the replay.
The biggest investment, the stinger, I suppose, for that defense. It's managed to draw blood early. Still so much to worry about, and in particular, the outlaw in Miniboo's hands. A double barrel operator in effect, with nobody having heavy shields. Everyone is squishy. Everyone's a free kill, but he's got to land his shot. And now he's down to just 50.
Yeah, we'll get some of his health back.
A Viper Orb on site. I have not really paid attention to this. I presume... Okay. Okay. Let me think. So, quite often, teams are going to Orb here. Partly because they're obsessed with yellow control. Like, they're obsessed with having a player yellow, so they'll Orb here. I think Fnatic are looking at this composition, and I'm not 100% sure yet, but I wonder if they're looking at this composition and they might use this orb more because they can just deny the wingman plants with it very easily, and then put Heretics in a weird spot where they got to try and plant in a Viper orb. Like, this might become a game plan Fnatic run quite a lot with this orb. I haven't been paying attention to where Boaster has been orbing, so I could be wrong and it could just be this round. But if that's the case, it ties more into this idea I was talking about B-Long earlier. Like, this orb is good to like stop people scaling up and to actually fight B-Long. And so this orb concedes like B-Long quite easily. So against a team that actually understands how to like insert players out B-Long and then play like a game where it's like a bit more complicated Icebox, where you're kind of dragging rotations around and you've got people on both sides with lots of space on the attack, and then you eventually just like walk into the site for free almost. Until a team does that against Fnatic, I could see them running this orb a lot. And then they might need to switch this orb when they need to shut down B-Long a bit more against some teams.
Is that they are losing members. 5 versus 3. Drone from Crash, he's just waiting, knowing that there was a guy on the other side, and now I'm going to just try and slow them down as the full force of Fnatic looks to rotate into this side of the map.
Fast util. A lot of wasted util there technically from Fnatic. But again, like, look at this. Like, this is just perfect. Like, Fnatic won, right? They can't lose this round.
there's presence being shown by Fnatic, but they haven't committed just yet. Those
I wish they had that util now to start throwing it, but
will Heretics worry about their back in time? No, they won't. Kayak strikes, picks off the first.
oh,
They're managing to hold the line against the onslaught from Spawn. Kayak, the man with the rifle, buys time, grabs their
okay.
attention, and Freshies takes them. Instead of
I want to see that pick. Yeah, what was that pick at the start of the round?
multiple times where
Jesus Christ.
but the second they realize that Benji is gone,
I don't understand how Kayaks also killed someone here as well.
oh, come on.
Like how? Why is Miniboo like so confident no one's yellow?
we can now flank. We can get him behind a little air of it.
Tom, I think that is the biggest downfall of that attack side in those 2 rounds we saw. The one that came close and this one here that fell, that crumbled.
So just the hero Vandal from
He's
Heretics.
having a bad game. Like, he's getting, they're actively looking for Benji so that they can have those flanks. So it's great work from Fnatic and something that Heretics have to adapt to.
Yeah, it was the A push that managed to find him earlier, and then just a mid hold. This time, the push from A is in Heretics' favor. They're running it down towards Kayak. No flank.
I don't really understand. Okay.
And Heretics finding these close range 1v1s, XV1s in fact. They've managed to recover themselves.
Yeah. I don't really know what Fnatic are doing with that setup for this round specifically. Like, it feels like a weird time to run an aggressive setup designed to punish the attacker scaling poorly. Because obviously Heretics have got terrible economy, so why not just play, you know, further back? Killjoy ult for Killjoy ult. Benji times the Killjoy ult well. You always want to like stagger the ult so that the other one finishes a few seconds before. Gives you some space then to like go back in if you need to, or position how you want to. I don't like that spit, honestly, but
closer than expected already, wrapping around on yellow. Those recovered rifles now in with a chance. Alpha baits them into the open, takes down the double. Boaster with another, and the round falls into Fnatic's hand. Just about the wingman working hard. And the round
this round is lost because Boo spits here. I think. Actually, I guess the orb is Fnatic's orb. The spit here might not actually do much. Yeah.
bit more time. Oh, it's actually a little gap in it. They'll walk right past it, so a little bit more space taken. Boaster closer than expected already, wrapping around on yellow. Those recovered rifles now in with a chance. Alpha baits them into the
Yeah, Alpha's had a round.
Issues to get back into position, and probably the more worrying thing for the side of Heretics there.
This Benji in my pocket. Fish.
You're not going to put, but then you still sit through it. Really, we met when he's pictures though. Again,
behind early advantages.
Why did we put PAC, not APAC?
Something that Alpha Years contributed heavily to so far in these first 6 rounds.
yeah, I think this is when you look at the best teams in the world, you expect their 5v4.
Yeah,
Very good. If that stat was bad, I think it would definitely be an anomaly for teams.
Now 5B long, yeah, my intuition here is that the B long is maybe because of Neon ult or something. Are we gonna just like slide in and just Neon ult? But then we do it with a Vandal, which is weird. I mean, I've set this VOD up in a way that I'm like, well, I think that Heretics should go A. I think going B on this map is really catfish, especially against this comp. Like this comp is okay at going B, but it's not amazing. Like most comps can't go B in the current meta, like consistently. Like I know that people, like the analysts will say, or people might say on stream, like, "Oh, you can push through the wall." And it's like, yeah, you can, but you should fucking die. Like Fnatic's comp can go B extremely well comparatively because they can sage wall and plant, and they actually have cover. You know, like these teams just get utiled off in the space and shot.
Anything he can do about that?
So I'm a bit concerned about Heretics' game plan here against Fnatic.
Almost as long as TikTok. Kayak happy to take it out here. You haven't seen it for a long time though, right? Just with the
TikTok
lack
will
of
for
saves
Kayak
coming
does
into
work.
play. Sure, we'll get the one around mid a little bit later on. For now, that one was more than enough to find the
So
early
there's
attack.
server ult being used to buy space so they can plant.
Thrown through. Chronicles desperately low, but he dodges both blasts that come his way. The op, although it's looking for the pick, it won't find Wingman. The plant.
And then Gecko ult can clear the whole site out.
Oh, it's got a lot of space, enforcing the
Yeah,
fights as they're
Heretics needs to go back to the drawing board a little bit and kind of figure out why they would do this against Fnatic, I think.
Unless it's just like, hey
In
guys,
my opinion.
No one's seen it just to play Jet every map, so we'll have seen it on Jet for once. It's like,
Rushing A now with the low buy. Nice util combo there from Heretics.
it's like, I tried to dash and
And now the stall from Fnatic, like... Fnatic is kind of lucky. Fnatic got Viper ult, so Bosa's now playing this side of the map. And kind of just automatically wins the round, like here it feels like. Like right here. Like it's kind of over now, it feels like. Viper Orb. A beautiful little fucking micro angle there for Boaster too, that's beautiful. And now he gets the ult back in. Yeah, yeah. Heretics insta lost this round. It's not really their fault. Like, Boaster had a really good setup.
He gets the salvos back online. There's going to be a lot of low HP players.
Are players with ADHD allowed to take medication frowned upon by the community? What a weird way to frame that. If you're talking about what's the med called? I can't remember. I think you can take those meds. No one gets tested. Adderall, yeah. I think you can take Adderall. No one gets tested, no. I don't think I'd care if I was playing against a player on Adderall. Like my perspective on it would be, yeah. I don't see enough positives to ban a substance that is actually useful for people.
It bolsters it down. It gives them a lot of cash in the bank to fall back on. And with a 5-3 lead, with a lot, I would want 5 out of the last.
You hate Viper ult versus Eco round?
This is now becoming an uphill battle for
I mean, I think the way they used it then was phenomenal. Really nicely, really nice. Sorry, again though, look, again. Why did Fnatic play weren't they kind of shit versus Team Liquid, and then suddenly they've actually they're doing good stuff? What's going on? Why are Fnatic... As if they catfished that Icebox so hard that the Heretics pick it, and Fnatic looking like one of the best teams in the world on Icebox.
They do manage to get the plant down. There's not really been any other positive.
Yeah.
Textbook attempt by Mini Buddha.
This is scary. Like if you didn't tell me who picked these maps and I was seeing this, I'd say that Fnatic absolutely picked this map. I'd be like, yeah, for sure. This is Fnatic's map pick.
Well, he was in a good position outside of the pit. Unfortunately, the wingman caught onto his tricks early on, and that will be back in to the default back on. And with a as it bolsters it down, it gives them a lot of cash in the bank to
It's Chronicle's wife.
fall back on. And with a 5-3
Angelina.
I would want 5 out of the last 6 rounds going in their favor. This is now becoming an uphill battle.
Okay.
The series wasn't particularly close.
Is this how you're supposed to do the recon? When I do this recon, it just gets broken. Oh, what's this? What's this, Molly? Hello?
Right now, after a 13-6 victory in the other direction, they are being pressured. Mini Boot.
Oh, he's getting mollied right here, and he's got to walk into it, I think. Christ, that's a nice set play from Fnatic. So finally, Heretics go for the kind of attack, almost default that I want them to, which go A, and they just get tailed.
fall back after the engagement. This time, though, an ult for an opening pick. And Heretics left without Riens, left without...
Yeah, so that's Sonomi too.
That recon that could be used to clear out this position.
Sonomi, I think, married to Hoodie?
For an opportunity, and with 50 seconds on the clock, they're going to have to give that opportunity soon.
Sonomi also carries me in ranked sometimes, so
We'll push him back. If it doesn't,
I appreciate Sonomi.
be in a 5v3 very soon.
Filled in our 5 stacks sometimes. We lose all our 5 stacks games that we played, but Sonomi was carrying.
All available. They're walking
Ooh.
straight into that crosshair. The mini boot is going
Ooh.
to find the trade. At least it's not another flawless. We're not getting the 3-beat of its own flawlesses, but that's a bit of a silver lining. Benji's done well. Chronicle down. Still the salvos coming into play. Crash's got
Salvo's just too late, just a tiny bit too late. Woot's in a good spot.
Woot has found some space. Unexpected.
Okay, but Alpha's just on fire, man. Alpha's back.
This Claude's favor now.
I'll be honest, this Icebox, I can't fault Fnatic on this Icebox right now. Wait, let me see what the actual...
Going back to Frack.
Oh, he accidentally just ran into it like an idiot. Riens, mate. Something felt off with this, though. This didn't feel as perfect as it should have been for Fnatic. When I see Fnatic do these things, like, there's a gap here, there's a gap here, and a gap here. The Fnatic I know wouldn't have any of those gaps, so I think something might have gone wrong. I guess the Gecko Mosh is supposed to do it here. I'm a bit confused. Why is there this space?
Going back to Fracture. Riens stepping back just a little too far. The snake bite forcing him to be a little more cautious.
It's nice by Boaster.
Mistake made and quick reaction.
Yeah, Alpha here, man. Alpha's farming, man.
Opening pick. Indeed, a second pause coming into round 10.
So TLDR for me is that Fracture for Fnatic still has... There's some things that Fnatic needs to work on a Fracture, or would have needed to, but it's out of the pool. But overall, a very strong Fracture. Icebox right now is looking like they know how to play Icebox. I'm not gonna lie. Like, they know Icebox. Like if they can keep to this level on Icebox, it will be like a borderline free win against a lot of teams in Toronto. Because so many teams play dog shit on this map. But that comes down to some factors for them, I guess. Like, if their weaknesses on B long get exploited, potentially, and if these flanks get, like, red hard, those are 2 weaknesses, I guess, for Fnatic. What does their game look like when a team is, like, taking the whole map from them? And what does their game look like when they just retake back to front rather than with flanks? Again, like, look, like, it's just... This is just textbook Icebox, man. It's textbook Icebox, but no one plays it. So, like, how can it be textbook? It's just good Icebox.
Here goes the ult, and now the flank from Fnatic shows its full hand. One player goes back to deal with him, but there's actually 2 players on the flank, and they find out the hard way. Benji, at least, able to pick off Chronicle. The players now are waiting on site. It's full. The grand final playoffs form indeed. Upper bracket
I'm gonna save this for something.
form indeed.
I had an idea. How do you think Fnatic vs MIBR Icebox would go? I don't know. I've not watched MIBR, but I know that Aspas would be fucking, you know. Aspas is very good at Icebox, you know. I don't know if that needs to be said, but it would come down to whether Fnatic could Gecko flash off him a lot. And obviously now without the tail, they're going to have to think about what agent they want here. I would play Sova here, which isn't as strong, but is still very good. And they would just need to figure out how to counter Aspas. I know that, like, I think that even Sliggy's talked about it. Aspas sits here, here, and here. But the problem is that Aspas is just good at playing those spots, especially the one here. He's just very good at just, like, getting timings and just being very strong.
sublime so far, but a little more needed. There's the
Wait, how did Fnatic fuck this up?
They don't want to give the game away just yet.
Gonna let them fully commit their hand so they can't turn back. Here goes the ult, and now the flank from Fnatic shows it's full hand. One player goes.
Okay, now chill. Right now, Fnatic, these two should just come back this way. They should stop going right now because Heretics, they're not being pressured on this side, so they can just come back and just duel. Like Chron and Kayak right now just need to fall back to belt now.
To deal with them, but there's actually two players on the flank.
But they don't.
They find out the hard way. Benji at least able to pick off Chronicle. The players now are waiting on site. I say players, it's just one. It's Boo, isolated. But he has
And then Boaster makes a mistake. Boaster's playing like Paper Rex again.
managed to fly under the radar, a free pick.
Yeah, Boaster's being stupid. Yeah, dumb round. Like, I can excuse Chronicle there, because, like, I can excuse Chronicle, but I can't excuse Boaster, I don't think.
There's the pick and the res, and that brings them right back into the round.
If Boaster's here, what are you doing, Boaster?
Brings him back to life. Counter-lock.
No, I don't know if you've listened, but your icebox is sick. Like, your icebox is very good. I don't understand how you played so shit against Team Liquid. Like, I don't understand how, like, none of the ideas you're doing here, you did against Team Liquid. Or you might have done, I just didn't see them. But, like, you played, like, 1,000 times better in this game than you did against Team Liquid.
Going to be put into play. The round's so much more important than anything else. Alfie are actually looking to try and play ahead of it, and he'll be dealt with by Rient.
On the defense, anyway. I don't remember almost any of these things happening.
But they're into the scoreboard.
His way through, fitting that while he's busy leading the team and forgetting about his own individual performance, it is the cerebral play that gets him on that board.
How do you coach someone? Like, I wonder how...
Fitting that while he's busy leading the team,
How do I explain? Like, because I don't know if in chat you understand what I'm saying here. But, like, I always find it difficult to explain to a player why... So, like, they get the kill here. And my instinct as a player right now, if I was in the game, would be to immediately fall back to belt right now. But I don't know how to explain why. And then when I explained why earlier, I felt like I was having to give a lot of reasons why. When it was just, like, it's in my gut, I know it's a good play, if that makes sense. It's because there's time on the board, and there's no reason for Heretics to not come re-clear again. And so they just immediately just take a one-on-one. But isn't that quite a lot of... Like, isn't there an easier way to explain that? I don't know. You don't give them a freebie. Yeah, I guess that's the way, Jake, I guess. Yeah. But this is the kind of stuff where, like, Chron is a fantastic player. But, like, this is, like, where Leo would move to belt now, if that makes sense. Like... Chron's done very well here, but like Leo's strength, and I'm not trying to say Leo's better than Chron. I think that, like, you know, both of them goats, but like the subtle difference here would be Leo would now rotate to belt.
play that gets him on that board. I was worried there in the end, Tom. My heart skipped a beat. Seeing
Who's 0 to 8 here?
on that board. I was worried there in the end, Tom.
Oh, Boo 0 to 8. He's Boo 0 to 8, and you gave him this. Oh, he's hit the second shot as well. That's quite nice though. Yeah, it's basically like not taking 50-50 fight. Like, don't take the 50-50 fight because you have a significant macro and positional advantage. That's also true, Waddle. Like, there's this, like, that's a very simple way of explaining it. As soon as you take a fight anywhere, just repositioning to somewhere else is usually, like, a really good move. Nats is the king of it. Like, Nats is really good at just, like, taking a fight, immediately repositioning, and then the other team's just like, wait, what the fuck? Like, he's somewhere else now?
After getting enough rounds on that attack, so
Bro, they just keep going B.
let's not pretend like this is over.
Boast is fucking loving it.
This half has been fairly firmly in Fnatic.
Okay, you do put the orb here now, okay. I was wondering if you had a read about putting the orb here sometimes.
His A-site has been a struggle. A lot of it has come down to delay.
They have Viper ult though, are you going to be fucked? Teo Salvos are going to be close enough.
Snake bite. fights.
Should be
Same
fine.
goes. But they are a little bit earlier than what we've seen in a lot of other
Hmm.
I think they're very ready for it though. Look, there's 4 players already on this site, and they are trained in the
Yeah,
fight
it's just
now.
Bosa's one of the like if you're gonna watch VODs about how to play B on this map, you just watch Bosa.
They think
Like
it'll be
like it really frustrates me that I'm guarantee you that there's a bunch of analysts and like streamers who are gonna say that like what Heretics are doing here is good because they're like fighting off the wall and stuff. And then you just watch Boaster play and shut it down and you're just like, well, if they just played like how Boaster plays, like
couldn't be more
it just
wrong.
doesn't win.
With just one, he's on the ropes quite literally as Fnatic put to bed the 11th round, 7-4. A
Like,
lead at the half, now
So many teams obsessed with controlling yellow and obsessed with like not playing passive enough on that B side. To be fair, like I said earlier though, the weakness is going to be as soon as a team starts actually playing the map, not just 5-manning out B and like inserting around the map a little bit, that's when Bosa is going to have a bit more like to work around. Like if someone just tries to lurk on him one-on-one, it's going to be harder for him than actually holding an exec. But if you throw an exec at Bosa there, he's going to delay you and just kill you.
there's a reason you're seeing everybody.
Yeah, I mean, Heretics are fucking done.
Look how close
B
they got to the
again.
site as Fnatic didn't look for those early fights. Instead in there, they to cover their thing really standing them in there.
I think they've had a really bad game plan
Side of B. I don't know if this is going to work the way they
against
hope
this
it will, as
comp.
Fnatic still have 4 players close by.
Man as well, that's important. A quick pick. So
Oh, that's a fucking shot though.
that's important.
You take those.
A quick pick, but still all of that delay utility is in place. 30 seconds. Now the most comes through as well.
Yeah, Foot Milisantes. Foot had a good one.
That a risk could do it all.
Foot had a good one.
Monster's Fury thrown in to try and find some damage as the wingman goes for the plant. I don't know if it's gonna no, it's
Hello, Spies here. Are you guys pracking today, Jake, or are you just chilling?
Minibu lands a second shot though. He might just be keeping them in the round, but there's the swing. Spike dropped once. Might just be keeping them in the round, but there's the swing. Spike dropped once.
What does Mitch say? What is that? What does he say?
With seven, just be keeping them in the round, but there's the swing. Spike dropped once
Where's the what? Ping?
again.
I can't hear what he's saying. Quick quad review and 3 scrims. Okay. Where's the pick? Okay.
Will die, so it doesn't matter in the end. Your heart might skip a
Where's the
beat,
pit?
but
Oh.
Heretics do get the job done. They have to go pushing, they have to go move. No, if it's gonna no, it's not. It's fake.
Okay, after glazing Fnatic all that time, they just Minibu just hits 2 headshots, so
He might just be keeping
so
them in
good.
the round, but there's the swing. Spike dropped once again. With 7 seconds left, Chronicle, all he has to do is try and drop it one more time, but he
Yeah, to be fair, Boo has held Viper's pit
This time Bolter goes after the break.
the entire game, it felt like.
Charge and look at the one here as that it was 3-1 in their favor, but Fnatic
Why do analysts push for innovation when old ideas work very well?
But for Heretics, Tom,
They
you
get
alluded to it
annoyed
earlier
when the
as
new
well.
comps
You
work
alluded,
poorly.
you said it's straight, and as it is, Heretics defense.
Because most analysts don't understand map theory well enough to be able to understand why new ideas fail or old ideas work, in my opinion. I think that I don't extend that just to, I think I extend that to a lot of VC2 coaches too, where you'll see the new craze and the new buzz on a map would be a certain agent, and then there's not enough map theory understanding to really understand why, and it just feels good to play this new agent or new comp on the map, and then everyone else does it, and so everyone just presumes it's good, and quite often it's not. Shiny new thing, yeah. One of the things that I'll say is that players do influence things quite a lot, I think, in a lot of teams, where like the coach doesn't have a strong enough vision often to shut down players' ideas. So a player would be like, well, fucking Heretics are playing this comp, why don't we play this comp? And then you've got to be like, because it doesn't, like, you got to be a strong enough leader and have a smart enough brain to be like, well, I don't think it's very good, and explain why, you know? I don't think there's enough of that in the coaching staff for a lot of teams.
In their victories versus Vitality and Apex.
What are we doing minus Teo? You play Sova now on this comp.
The difference though today is that I think Fnatic have done really well to sort of disorientate them.
I know you said something about Sova Gecko, but I think you're wrong. I think you need to relook at that. Yeah. You got options. The options you've got, if you're happy to play this style, it's gonna be right, chat. We're making Fnatic's Icebox for Toronto. We've got this is the most like obvious. Now you can start thinking about maybe you end up dropping one of these two. If you're not comfortable with this, you probably got to drop one of these two, I think. So you end up in situations where you might go back to like more standard like this kind of variation where you then slot in the like the duelist, I guess, into like one of those kind of agents as your 5th slot, I guess. Like one of these kind of agents, if you know what I mean. Like this is the more natural approach, and then this is the like we want Kayak back to playing like an agent that can like have a lot of impact individually, if that makes sense. No flashes. You don't need flashes on Icebox. KO is terrible on Icebox. You're talking to the KO hater here. Like, yeah. Icebox was played for a very long time without flashes, and the map didn't change. The only thing changed is that Gecko got added to the game. And for some reason, people think that KO is better than, like, Sage, which is crazy to me. How is KO terrible? What can KO do is my question. Like, what is KO doing? The best thing KO does is sitting back here, right-click flashing, and trying to kill people here. If you think you need a flash on attack to go through like this wall, then you're playing the map wrong. You don't need to burst through this wall ever. If you think you need a flash to go through this wall, you're playing the map wrong. You should not be trying to brute force through that wall. Like, you don't need flashes. I think the Gecko flash is actually really strong, though. I'm not gonna lie. I think the flash on this map from Gecko is strong. So that's the problem with going to this comp, is like losing the Gecko flash. If you're talking KO versus Gecko, though, I'm taking Gecko every single day of the week. This guy is useless compared to Gecko. The knife doesn't consistently get enough value to warrant it. The wingman every single round gets value. Every single round value on this map. The flash, every single round value. The KO flash on attack, really difficult to get value from, in my opinion. Defense, you're doing this. The Gecko fucking diffs the living shit out of KO on this map. Fade instead of Sova? No. Fade is crap. Fade is crap on this map. The drone is needed to push. If you play against Aspas and you're playing Fade, how do you stop Aspas doing this? How do you stop Aspas doing any of this shit? You can never get rid of him. Swing and one tap him. One sec. Let me see. Let me just run the numbers. Let me just run the numbers. One sec. Oh yeah, you're not gonna one tap him.
Still opportunities to try and fight this back, although has somehow managed to play the them in a bar. Just look at the is that I think Fnatic
Okay, right, back to the VOD.
sort of disorientate them in a bar. Just look at the
Sliding in. So Heretics just completely destroy Fnatic in the opening. Nice mosh pit from Kron here. Makes it winnable.
run it straight into their opponent.
And Woot just... Okay. disconnect.
Utility being put into play, though. Still,
Woot fights whilst they run away, and now Woot's put them in a position where they now need to fight behind Woot,
though, has somehow managed to complete
and
that.
they all
He
die.
won't dodge the bullets, and what was a great start quickly diminishes into play, though. The burn just
Like the split-second decision making here, like you can see, like Miniboo's like, I'm out, bro. Woot's like, fuck you, I'm going. And then Woot makes them stay, like makes Boo and Miniboo protect him, and they will just die.
run it straight into their opponents. There's a lot of counter utility being put into play, though. Still
It's kind of rough though. In the microseconds of like those decisions, like you can't really necessarily blame anyone. I don't think. I would just say in general, if I'm Heretics and that happens again, as soon as they get a kill, they need to just run away. I think they just overstay their welcome.
and then this one.
Nice push out from Benji, but it's cool.
Deal with him completely. Make him a bit modest with 70 HP remaining. He'll back off.
We're about to get bapped.
For Team Heretics, they've got to gamble on where they think the hits
Yeah, I've got VODs on Bacon. Yeah. See you in a bit, bro.
Patient stuff. I wanna
What do I
keep
think about Heretics versus Team Liquid? If Heretics... There's a chance that Heretics get a bit mentally boomed
available as well.
and could end up losing. I think if it's both teams playing at their best, Heretics win.
Which is completely open. Nobody even remotely close.
If that makes sense.
Eventually the realization
I haven't looked at the veto to really understand which maps should be going which way.
wrong side of the map, and you mentioned it, how critical
I could do that later after the stream, after this VOD review,
we look at Mini Boom
to figure that out.
everyone tagged on that attacking side.
The problem is yesterday I got all the veto stuff wrong.
Unknown factor that
Like I did suspect Fnatic might pick Fracture,
to be pretty good. They're number
but this map pool for Fnatic, like they're happy about getting these three. Like Fnatic are feet up every veto, it feels like. Like they could have picked this, they end up getting it third. They picked the map to punish Fracture, to punish Heretics. They play their kind of secretly good map. Like
two in the region, right behind BBL, who we talked about
Haven and
how strong
Ascent now are looking like the maps where
their
Heretics
orbit
could
had
have
to step up
punished
to the
Fnatic.
plate here. It is a big deal.
didn't their pistol stats take a pretty
But I have to give Fnatic credit. It's like it's not like they're just.
they lost a lot
It's not like teams are just always inting them. It's more like
of scenarios. We'll see
there is an instance here where it's like Fnatic have understood.
what's the qualification match still.
I don't know how to explain it. It's like
Good job.
Fnatic are still very good at these maps in order to punish Heretics, if that makes sense for this veto.
That's the trophy. Damn, nice shot from Mini Boom, but again, the first kill might go the way of Heretics, but the second and the third.
And very few teams are actually strong enough at Ascent to pick it. So like it's a very good map to be weak on.
Little bit more. Some nice shots.
He's ahead of the curve. He'll come through. But a real chance now.
I remember seeing this.
One swarm grenade in play.
I don't really understand what Rians is doing, but it works.
Wraparound he's going for, hoping to catch his
It works because Alpha is like, I don't think they're most comfortable in one-on-ones. Like I wonder, what are you here, Jake? Still, if you're in this one-on-one, what would you do if you're Alpha right now? You know that Rians is here right now. I don't know if you're here still. I don't think Boaster would ever take a fight here. I think he would just play back here somewhere.
But a real chance now. Only the one swarm grenade in play. And Rienz, I like the idea. The big wraparound he's going for. Hoping to catch his opponent off guard.
I mean, Fnatic,
Catch him off guard.
the veto isn't terrible against Fnatic.
Focused on this path, on even a
I don't think, I think only Foot did a terrible veto against Fnatic. Team Liquid's map pool doesn't match up well against Fnatic, and then Heretics have a style in vetoes where they prefer to focus on a map that wasn't like a map they probably played before, if that makes sense. So they just hard focused on Icebox, I guess.
I'm gonna say, well, the Red Bull clutch, but more so, that's got to be the easiest.
You see the hard time with value of Neon. The value of Neon, when there comes from, if you watch their first game they played on Icebox, they had so many gimmicks, like so many good gimmicks with the Neon, and it seems like they're reluctant to run the gimmicks now.
It's just ridiculous.
That's the right click. That's
Well, the first one was the right click.
Yeah, the up close battle I don't think he quite would have been right-clicking Alfie
This was interesting to me actually. I did watch this VOD yesterday, like a little bit. So, like, what I was gonna like explain a little bit is like there's potentially a cool narrative here where it's like going into this round, we see Fnatic running the Fnatic running the FPX buy, right? Which is like a cool economic concept. And then we see Heretics running a solo Marshall as like some kind of meta innovation where that you buy a Marshall. So like a cool round where like Heretics punish with the Marshall. Then the round after, we see Heretics going into a full buy, and then Fnatic opting into like double Vandal hero buys. And this is something earlier in the year that Fnatic were doing sometimes, where like in some of these weird rounds, they would just buy hero Vandals. And I think it's I think these opening rounds are the highest the highest display of economic understanding of Valorant, if that makes sense. Like understanding the FPX buy, Heretics throwing in like a weird Marshall idea, and now like hero Vandals for Fnatic. Like how many teams here would just like full eco or just buy like sheriffs or something? Some teams would buy stingers, which is kind of cool. But I think this is sick. Like I really like this idea from Fnatic. Like the hero Vandals to me is like where the meta should be going on these kind of rounds. If you have the money to do this, like it's kind of sick. FPX got buy just 2 guns. FPX buy is a very specific, yeah, 2 rifles, 2 ghosts, and then a third kind of middling thing. There was a stat where Hero Vandals raised the round rates like 34%. I don't know where you got that from, but I remember saying that out loud before. Because the guy who gave me the half armor stats also showed me some stats about Hero Vandal stuff. It's why I buy a lot in ranked. It's why I keep buying Vandals in ranked over and over again. Not because I'm inting, but because statistically. So they ran over Mini Boo and Whoop because they're kind of playing too aggressive, not realizing the hero Vandals are out. And then Fnatic are always going to do this kind of exec where they wall deep and then threaten deep with all the flashes and stuff. It's a nice round from Fnatic. I go for half shield a lot in ranked too, but people started buying the Outlaw a lot in ranked, which is annoying. Do you think Fnatic is a serious contender for internationals right now? They'll be in the top 5 favorites, I think. They'll be in the top 5 favorites. I think that's a serious contender, yeah. Like I'd be surprised if they finish lower than like 5th. I think Heretics are I don't know about my read on Heretics right now. Like, are they gonna struggle in the big games? Is their map pool like there are some maps that they've been playing on that they look phenomenal on. The problem for me is that some of the maps are playing like Jet and Yoru. So like if they're nervous at all and they're playing Jet Yoru on like Pearl and Ascent, to me it's a bit like, well, this could end quite badly. Sunset coming back is very good for them, and Fracture being out is very good for them. But I would argue the same thing for G2. So like for me, G2, Sentinels, Fnatic, Heretics, bro, even Team Liquid are kind of there. When I was looking at RRQ, I only watched a couple of rounds, and they had some major flaws that I was concerned with. I don't trust China to be great. I think they, it's rough because anytime we make big claims about like China, it's like it feels like people get a bit angry. but I don't think that they're as good without EDG being as good as they were.
Yeah, it's going to be Scout with Boaster and Chronicle with Wingman. Big talks to be had. 9-6, double digits.
I think there's potentially a narrative. I was talking to Wendler about this the other day. There's potentially a narrative you can do where you're like, oh, China must be sick now because EDG, like everyone's surpassing EDG. Whereas I see it as the opposite. I think it's a bad thing that EDG aren't as good right now for China. And having done some work with PaperX, I kind of got a good gauge for where APAC is at, I think. And my brain is telling me that Americas and Europe should be better. But as a Western guy, I feel like I say that a lot, so... But this is probably the strongest EMEA's looked for a while, I'd say. I usually am not super hot on EMEA. I think Americas is usually where I think is best.
A real chance for Heretics with a lockdown. Wisely put into play by Alphayer here.
When your player is down, how do you motivate them? Depends how they are down. Like, I'm not going to be sat there, like, giving them a motivational speech, if that's what you're saying. A lot of answers like that from me is like, I'm not a good enough, it's not my strength as a person to, like, be able to motivate someone out of, like, some kind of funk. So to me, it's all just structural. It's like, you make a structure in which you can all talk as a team about that stuff. And you use people on your team who might be able to help with that. Like, our performance coach or a Boaster is someone who's much better at that than I am. So, like, I'll make sure that I'm always talking to those people, and we're talking as a team all the time, in case that someone is in one of those moods, you know? But, like, in the moment, I'm not going to be, like, coming up with the best thing to say. It's just about being mature and, you know, structuring it. Okay, interesting idea, but a bit of a waste. So there's gonna be Yuto like here and here, trying to catch Rians. Just missed. I wonder where that Sage Slow was supposed to go from Kayak. It looked like it missed, maybe? It's funny that it's called Armageddon, because those rounds I would literally call like an Armageddon round, where Fnatic throw all their util in like the most perfect micro combo, and it's just Armageddon. Again, what are they? If Heretics did this against Fnatic, they would be in a much better spot, I think. But Fnatic also wouldn't do the stuff that Heretics is doing right now, where like Heretics are just like sat there ready to die, just taking solo duels. Yeah, this is rough. Heretics look a bit lost right now at this point in the game. Now Heretics overstack A because they're losing A. Recon flash. Nice punish from Heretics. Were you surprised at the map pool for this game? I thought that Fnatic would end up going into Lotus because they probably thought they should win it last time. So I thought that they would go Lotus. I did suspect that they could change Veto to Fracture. But then the issue is I thought they would get punished into an Ascent game. But Fnatic kind of won this Veto, I guess, with these 3 maps. I was a little bit surprised that Heretics didn't just pick Haven and keep it simple. I think they maybe overthought this a little bit. But I guess if you're Heretics and saw the way that Fnatic played Icebox last time, you'd be kind of comfortable with that pick. But I think Fnatic understand Icebox better than Heretics, to be honest with you. I think Heretics have some really nice stuff and some really great rounds, and are pretty comfortable on the map, but I think Fnatic's general protocols are better on this map. And I think their comp is disgustingly good.
This is all that they need. And I like this. Immediately you see Miniboo back off from that fight. He doesn't need to risk it. Just spotting for the info.
that will give enough information. That's why Benji hasn't gone any further forward, wanting to come in. How much time can be bought? Wu needs to just try and get
Oh,
one
God.
here, and he doesn't. But there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side, and that will do the job.
Okay, nice from Reigns.
Almost get that vibes somewhere they were kept on when it came to Fracture. Past that barrier of 6. They were kept
Hello?
on when it came to Fracture. Well. And a gap of 4 rounds now. This game is far from over if Heretics can keep this.
Oh, that's
form up.
nice.
That was a round that they had very little to work with. And yes, the Hunter's Fury was used. But that was really just
What are the downsides of the Omen comp on Icebox? I mean, okay. Paranoia on this map is not super useful. The TPs are quite useful for verticality. It becomes the smokes that I think people are obsessed with. The problem with the smokes, I'd say, is that they don't do the same thing that like you can one-way smoke all you want here, and you can one-way smoke this and this. But as soon as you play against a team who understands how to scale through one-way smokes, the smokes become far less effective on your defense. And on attack side, these smokes like here and like here and stuff, like they don't protect you from getting spammed still, if that makes sense. So they're like not bad smokes, but they're like, it's not like, you know, great. So then we see some of the gimmick plays where like we could see Omen's TPing and stuff. I think the gimmick plays, a good team should be able to like counter them. I don't think Omen is bad, but I don't think he's as good as being the meta pick, if that makes sense. I think that Jet is usually just quite bad, so people have realized that maybe Omen's just better. But it's a bit like sorry if I get a Valorplant quickly. It's a bit like how when EDG used to play Lotus with Omen and Clove, and I had to sit there watching them win Lotus by just throwing these one-ways, and no team actually understood how to go through these one-ways, or maybe even avoid the one-ways by crunching. It feels a little bit like that, where you're going to see domestically a lot of value, and maybe early in international tournaments value, but I think as soon as they play against a team that isn't stupid, it should get less value. It's a bit also like on Viper, like on Split. Like, I think Viper's really good on Split, and I still play Viper, but this orb specifically, watch how teams try to go through this orb, and it embarrasses me. Like, no teams are very few teams are good at, like, getting this orb to go down, and then, like, going through it appropriately. They just they just throw drones through, they just throw stuff through the orb, and try and run through the orb and stuff. I think that teams are very bad at scaling through smokes, is what I'm trying to say. And I think that the best teams in the world should not be bad at scaling through smokes, so it will get less value. The deeper you go into a global event, the worse it becomes. So unfortunately for you guys, like my brain is usually focused on like top 4 in the world kind of standard for like gameplay. And so I end up saying stuff is bad a lot if it doesn't work at that level. But of course, like most teams aren't playing at that level. So I kind of need to figure out how to frame those things appropriately. Can you still recognize all protocols from Fnatic or behavior in Fnatic your time of coaching? Absolutely. Like whenever I watch Fnatic, I watch things. I'm like, I know how they play. I know the things they're trying out, and I can see the lines of thought and where they've come from. The same on Vitality. I can see when Durka joined Vitality. I can see the same. I can see lines of thoughts that Durka's kind of brought to Vitality that are kind of from our time with Fnatic, you know.
See if you can find information. If you get a kill,
just not top tier. If I say not top tier, the problem is that you guys seem to think like when we talk about successful teams right now, you're going to be looking at the teams making global events, which as top tier, you know what I mean? Whereas I think there's a distinct difference between like the top 5 teams in the world and then like, you know, not top 5 teams in the world, and then also like domestic play. It doesn't define it well enough saying top tier. Because most teams going to a global event are going to be considered top tier, whereas I don't use that.
To the fray. I like Kayak's spot, but no one's giving him an angle. Oh, here we
go.
Oh, he's up and above. He's caught them in the The trade comes in quick.
Okay.
Further saying there was a read as he is losing a cup, and we do not want to allow Heretics to first get back into the game, but secondly,
What's going on here? Oh, they're hugging.
that momentum. Start seeing those superstars that we have done all the way through the season. Seeing those superstars that we have done all the way through.
That's funny. Fucking fade out, unblur, zoom in straight on Sonomi and Angelina. Yeah, that's Kron's wife, yeah. Thank you, Eamon. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Everyone say thank you to Eamon. Thank you to Cools14, Team Liquid Manager. For the next 5 minutes, I'm going to pretend that I think Team Liquid are going to win today. I think we'll do the veto thing after, because there might be more of a chance for Team Liquid to win if I see the veto, how the veto goes down, and certainly if Heretics are not playing to their normal standards, then Team Liquid can absolutely win that game. Right, so a bit of pressure B long for Fnatic, and then just scaling into A. This is the kind of shit where, like, this is how I wanted Heretics to play almost. Like, you see them, a little bit of pressure, pushing people off the lines, and then they're already here, and now they can just scale into A. Like drag the rotation this way, and then just go into A. This is one of Heretics' trap plays here, you can see. I don't know if this is an anti-strat that Fnatic know, that maybe with Neonaut or something they do this, but you can see the Gecko Flash, Viper Spit, and then you're going to see Neon sliding deep, and now they're going to definitely speed up A. Right now, Heretics should be pushing here. I don't think they will, but if they were, Fnatic would now push out B and pressure this, and I think it's really important for Heretics to push out here and pressure the flank, because look at the util for Fnatic. These post-plant util needs to be disrupted, and the way you disrupt it is by going behind them and shooting them in the back. You can't disrupt it retaking this way. So, yeah, I'm right. Yeah, so Heretics are in for a world of hurt now. As soon as Fnatic plant the spike now, Heretics should lose this round. Fnatic, though, for some reason stalling. This plant, very nice plant for Fnatic too. Ooh, Wingman's fucked it up a little bit, but we call this Forza plant. Russian team called Forza we used to play against quite a lot in Prague. They used to do this plant a lot, and it's very good because you can see it from like some of the main areas. Makes it clutching very easy, and it's very easy to line up util onto. Oh, and then also the Viper's ult, the Viper ult with this plant is disgusting. So long story short, Heretics, I think it's kind of clear by now that Heretics, like Fnatic, are just better, I think, at this map. Like the simple things like this right now, I think that is a bit of a fuck up by Heretics. The flanks from Fnatic have been wonderful. Heretics haven't committed to any flanks at all. The comp from Fnatic is wonderful. Heretics comp isn't bad, I would say, but I don't think it's anywhere near as good. Ooh. Yeah. Can I throw it back real quick? How would teams hold from mid though? You don't hold from mid? Mid is a largely useless area on Icebox because splitting is usually pretty shit. This split is really crap because you can be shot from here, 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 here. you just get crossfired. This split is kind of crap because you get shot from here, and then people come in behind you, and you're just circled.
Amount to not if they cannot find 4 in a row. It was them to send Fnatic through that lower bracket. Stage 1 of last year.
I use the word we a lot to talk about the team I'm talking about. I have no allegiance to Fnatic when I say we. But if you've noticed when I cast, I say we a lot because I'm talking about what I'm trying to see problem-wise in the team I'm talking about. It's a bad habit, but it makes sense. Mid is mostly used for lurking, yes. It's not the worst throw in a strat now and again, but you're mostly working off of a gimmick if you're going mid. The only good strat I think that go in here has is the Viper ult in kitchen still, where you just Viper ult up here. I don't think many of the other strats are any good. Mid is also for killing Killjoy turret, like to facilitate lurks later on. So like in this round, like Fnatic have no options on B, so they're exploring middle a little bit more, and probably looking to just kill some of the Killjoy user, you know. So it's sort of a good change for Teo in the Fnatic comp. It's not as good as Teo, but yes, it should be the change.
Someone being in tube, and he should be. He spotted the shoulder, spotted the elbow, and takes Alphayear down. Ready.
Benji fucked up.
Kayak bests him, and now the B side seems open, but
it's like I think I worked with Magnum a lot when he was in Fnatic about how to play this area on the map. And yeah, like Benji's got a really good first kill and then overstayed his welcome. I think if you watch Magnum play, I think Magnum's probably one of the best players to watch when it comes to what like Icebox, because he kind of knows the stuff that Boaster was doing well. He knows how Boaster, like the best way to play for the Viper is, and he's gonna know how to control middle and support the Viper if necessary. So shout out to Magnum. I actually haven't looked into BBL VODs on Icebox, but I'm pretty confident that Magnum will still be as good as I remember at like doing all the middle stuff. Like I don't think Magnum would have died where Benji just died. I mean that's beautiful for Fnatic. The the play into Snowman with the tail ult to force them out. It's beautiful. Yeah. So overall, very nice from Fnatic. I'm impressed. I am impressed. I like their Icebox a lot. I was almost gonna tweet when they did pull out the Icebox versus Team Liquid that like this is gonna be an incredible comp. But then I was like, if I tweet, they're gonna lose for sure. And then like they might even lose so badly that like they never play it again. And I don't win. So I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna leave it. But I am a big fan of this comp. I'm a very big fan of this comp. Off-topic question, but what duelist would you play in Split? For Split? Right. Okay, so we'll have 15-minute break or something. Let me... I mean, I don't need to get anything, actually. Maybe I'll go get a yogurt or something. I'm going to be back 1 second. But then after, you can ask me questions, and I'll just answer questions for like 15 minutes. And then we'll watch BBL Team Liquid, okay? So let me change the title of my stream. Can I do that for Restream? I guess I can. BBL versus TL VOD review. But let me quickly be right back. And then I'll do some questions. And then we'll watch BBL Team Liquid. 1 sec. The other thing I'll do is I set up my legs, yes. The other thing I would do is quickly go through the veto for Heretics Team Liquid today and just see what we're looking at. I guess Heretics ban Split. So TH ban Split. TL ban Pearl. So we're left with Haven. Oh, this is looking. I'm a bit concerned. What's the last map? Oh god, I'm a bit concerned. I think that Team Liquid win. Okay, so TH win this one. When it comes to Lotus, I think it's... I know it is probably like, you guys probably think that because Fnatic lost to Team Liquid, but I think the Fnatic played a very different game, a much better game against Team Heretics here. I'm actually kind of favoring Team Liquid a little bit here. You think Heretics win Icebox? I buy it. I can buy it. I could buy it. I actually think that Heretics are favored on Lotus, though. I think. The problem with Team Heretics, though, is their attack size can be a bit weird. Okay. So it's going to be a close... It should be much closer than I thought. I even favor Team Liquid on 2 of the maps. Have Team Liquid been good on Fracture recently, though? I can't remember. Okay, pretty clean. Yeah. So, yeah. I have Team Liquid being 2-1 at least. Winning 2 maps at least. So it's pretty good for Team Liquid. Right. Questions. Sorry if I've missed any already. You're gonna have to re-ask them maybe. I'll scroll up and see. Retake with Viper ult versus Viper ult doesn't work, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't. You don't want to. You don't want the general rule against Viper ult is when they're on attack is you don't want to lose the site, and if you lose the site, you've probably lost. What did Bacon ask? I can't remember. What duelist would you slot in for Split? Breach, Fade, Cypher, Astra. Breach, Fade, Cypher, Astra. I mean, Raze. I would put Raze in. I don't love this comp though. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. You can play Yoru too, I guess. It's just the combination of these agents works very well, if that makes sense. Like Raze's nade value is always going to be pretty high. And then to play around middle without the Raze on this comp is probably pretty hard. like you even the Cypher too, like you can like do trips at middle, and then you've got like Star here, Raze is being an asshole around here. Like I think the Raze is probably more natural in this comp. And then on attack side, if you ever want to burst the main, you're always gonna struggle with this comp. You don't have paranoia, and you only got fault line. Like whereas the Raze can at least like burst Satchel out just a tiny bit, you know, into like just the open a little bit. So yeah, I think I play Raze. I'm gonna be honest, the BBL comp, I got my suspicions that I'm not gonna like it anywhere near as much as what you guys probably do. With that being said, it was like it feels like a pretty like one and done type comp, or like play it a few times and then don't play it again kind of comp. So I think that's a kind of good comp to pull out against a team who you're supposed to lose to on split. Do you think Sentinel's roles are screwed after Teo changes? Sentinels is. Sentinels is. No. They got two options. They just played John. They played John Recon or John Flash. If I was like, I think to me, I would just do like. I know that they don't want to do it because they seem to think that playing non-pack IGL is bad. But the way I would be running it would be Duelist, Smoke, Flash, Senti, Recon. You know, like the problem is though is that they really don't want to play non-pack IGL, which I'm not in Sentinels, so I can't comment on it. But I think that pack IGLing is a little bit overrated. Putting John on KO kind of agents feels like int to me. I don't think your IGL should ever be playing KO. I'm curious as to what their read on the meta is though. Like, are they just gonna play these very standard breach kind of comps when breach is kind of shit? I don't know. Like here, that I'd imagine the standard comp becomes like KO Sova. Like, do you put John on KO? Like, I wouldn't want to put John on KO. Like, it's not a great agent for an IGL in my opinion. Why don't you think an IGL should ever be on KO? Because KO is an agent that requires you to have a lot of micro. So you have to always be ready to flash for your teammates in ways that are difficult. And every time you're thinking about your so like the way I describe it is like Valorant screenshot. Like to put this into just newbie terms, anytime that you are focused on this part of your screen as an IGL, you're not looking at this part of your screen. And KO requires you to look at this part of your screen like most of the time, because you need to be ready to flash for teammates or flash for yourself, and then also fight with your flash. And that is incredibly hard to do. You have to constantly think about, and the only reason you're looking up here as KO is to look for opportunities to throw your flash and knife, not to think about how to cool the round. There's too much intensive micro to do with KO, in my opinion, to make the IGL a good role for it. On top of that, IGLs usually aren't as good fraggers, so why put them on a role where they have to frag? Sky would be okay, yes. Sky would be okay. But even then, you have to be a very good Sky player, has very good flash micro. that's kind of difficult to do in the moment if you're thinking about how to play it around. That's why I love Smokes as the most, because Smokes is simple. You don't, it's easy. I know that some people seem to promote this narrative that Smokes is hard. Smokes is the easiest role in the game to play by far. You don't need to do much. You're mostly not doing much. So the IGL has plenty of time to think. Killjoy's Cypher is also very strong, like the Sentinel. The only difference is that this agent can be in the pack more. So like, it's a little bit nicer to be in the pack. But yeah, I think Anders did like a stats breakdown of it where it's like, I think it's Smokes, then Senti, then Recon, I think, then Flash, I think, is like the percentage win rate is like best when you're IGL Smokes, and then Senti, then Recon, then Flash. And then obviously Duelist, but you're a fucking maniac if you're playing this consistently. Any other questions? This is called Epic Pen. This is called Epic Pen. Celsius is a better KO anyway? Yes, exactly. It's naturally a better role for Celsius. Do you think Kuala Noob should be replaced in Na'Vi? No. I don't think that Na'Vi have a player issue. I think that there are players on that team that could be replaced, but I don't think you just replace Kuala Noob and expect anything to happen. Narrate does play Recon, yes. This was not for me. My flatmate, my former flatmate wanted to watch it and didn't know how to watch it, so yeah. How would Teo Nerf affect Fnatic's Icebox comp? I think you play Sova. Is it obvious that Cron feels uncomfortable playing Gecko? Gecko's kind of hard on Icebox, so I would just give him some time. Have you ever thought about going back to Fnatic? I have not thought about going back to coaching yet. Do you think that Team Liquid's vibes teamwork was a bit shaky yesterday? I did notice moments where Nats was kind of like talking to Kiko in a way that was like, oh my god, like he's not happy. And I was wondering about it a little bit. I was wondering if that's a bad or good thing from Nats as a leader. Like, I know people love like the sports way of doing it, where like you should be really confrontational about stuff. But I was wondering if Nats was being a bit too confrontational. Especially when it's like after a game, or like sometimes it's just, you know, you don't need to be aggressive about things, I don't think. But maybe that's just my style. What agent could have the most impact in solo queue? Ranked, win rate, Valorant. I think that the best, oh. Oh, really? This is bad. This site was very good. This was the best site, I think, for ranked stat stuff. Plat 3, I guess, is around average. So yeah, Clover's still the best agent to play in ranked. Yeah, Clover's still the best. Phoenix and Clove are very strong, consistently. I can't be bothered to explain why, but we can do that one day. I think most coaches are very bad. Like most like Valorant coaches, like VCT coaches, are very bad at explaining how to play ranked. If you ever hear like a VCT coach suggesting you play KO in ranked, then they've lost their mind. Like my big thing is that like if you understand why Phoenix is better than KO in ranked, then you understand how ranked should be played, if that makes sense. because like Phoenix is all self-sufficient, whereas KO is not. And so like that's the biggest like way to look at ranked, in my opinion, is to see like the difference between Phoenix and KO. Why is Omen so bad? Because Clove is considerably better. Ranked rewards you for playing simple agents that are self-sufficient. Ranked punishes you for playing agents that are complicated, that require support for your teammates. Like Waylay requires support from your teammates. Harbor is a team agent. Omen is because the smokes are staggered, the ult is useless in ranked, and it has 0 self-sufficiency. Yeah, so play for yourself. Like, it doesn't mean that you should play for yourself in ranked, but it means that like the ability to play for yourself is very important to play in ranked. And then you get agents like Sage and Vice, and this is because in ranked it's best to play 4-1. Like, because running around the map as 4-4 together is strong, because defaulting on the map just means you lose. Like, just going together and rushing is usually good, which makes Sage and Vice good because it counters this very well. Like, Sage and Vice counter that style. Chamber does have use in VCT. Chamber Vice will be slightly more meta again. Right, last questions. What about in Immortal Radiant lobbies? What type of agents work? The exact same. It's the exact same. Clove is still strong. Sage is still strong. Like, I can't read into these stats as much because I've not looked at them consistently, but I know that it's always like Clove, Phoenix, Sage is always strong. And then it's always Harbor, Omen, KO, Waylay kind of agents that are weak. ISO's gone down quite a lot. I presume maybe the nerf to his double undercut has actually had an effect on him, because his win rate used to be much higher than this. Or maybe Teo or something. I mean, Radiant, 6 matches of Harbor, 3 matches of Brimstone. Radiant, Phoenix is 600 games of Phoenix, 57% win rate. Phoenix is, yeah, Phoenix is the agent I would try and teach new players how to play. It's very strong for ranked. Brim was high because only 3 games. Yeah, no initiators in sight, because the meta in ranked should be to play 2 times Duelist, Smokes, Senti, and then the 5th slot just doesn't even matter. It just doesn't matter. Like, these are the important things for ranked, in my opinion. And it should be like Phoenix, like Jet, Phoenix, Clove, and then whichever Senti you want, doesn't matter. And then like the 5th should probably be a recon, I guess, like a drone agent probably, but it's not essential. People really overrate having comps that work and look to pro play way too much. Viper in split is not good on ranked, in my opinion. Right. What's the next VOD we're watching? Team Liquid, BBL. Okay. Ooh, Haven, Split, Fracture. Which of these would we want to prioritize here? Split? Should we start with Split, even though it's like Haven to me is a bit... Oh, Haven's got a deadlock on it. I'll start with Haven. I'll just go in order. If I don't get to Fracture, then I'm sorry. We'll do it another time. Map is dead, Fracture. Okay, we go Haven, then split them. Okay.
I feel like they've had to go through the
One sec. Let me eat some yogurt quickly.
Not necessarily reinventing themselves from the ground up, but showing a lot of new looks so far here in the playoff stage.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't love this comp. I'm not a big fan of Deadlock on this map. I do think within the Teo meta though, the Deadlock gonna find more value. The reasons I don't like it are because it's like on a 3-site. I don't think it suits 3-site maps as well. Like because you've got 5 agents spread between 3 spots on the map, right? And I don't think your double senti can. The idea of double senti is that you're always going to be able to hold the sites. And I think trying to hold the sites on a 3-site map is hard. And so I don't think the double senti can compensate for that. Now I'll be interested to see if they can compensate for it. The other issue with double senti is that you often draw the line across the map, almost at the barrier. And you say that this is the space in which the defense has. And then you almost gift, like, you gift the attack, like, all of this space on Haven, probably, because they can't fight for it as easily. So if you're gifting all of this space to the attack, and then you're playing against someone like Boaster, he's going to make you run around the map. You're not going to be able to hold your sites. They're going to walk in onto a site that doesn't have 2 people on it, or like only 1 person on it or something. And then you got to retake with Deadlock Cypher. So that's my read on this comp and why I'm a bit hesitant to admit that it might be okay. Like,
Let's see how it lands.
we'll have to see.
Like I said, for me, Levin is definitely the focal point here of the BBL comp, but
I would say if I was them, if I was attack, I would be trying to deny A main early and then go back and take the rest of the map. Team Liquid cannot fight for A main particularly well. The only thing they can do is net here at the start of the rounds. And the net's not big enough, I don't think, to actually take this space consistently. The thing that BBL do need to look out for is the deadlock wall on the timings. Like, if this deadlock wall does manage to stay up, then obviously they could, like, right now, they could have 4 people stacked between 2 sites. Maybe even 5 people. So, like, that's one thing to look out for.
Creeping closer and closer here. Patitech. Some utility to play off. Actually will catch a pistol poke.
Okay.
Yampy will fall. Spike noted as well.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with those kind of dry hits, right? Trying to just...
So BBL didn't really, I don't understand why they're just, sometimes deadlock makes people do weird shit. I feel like they kind of thought, I think it was partly because the sensor kind of was there and they started walking in. Bit strange.
Yeah, you're not going to get away with those kind of dry hits, right? Trying to just creep up on that. Already punished and a lovely player.
Does double senti only work on Ascent? If we're talking about, like, Vice Chamber works now on a lot of maps, I think, which isn't the same as when we talk about double senti, in my opinion. Double senti to me works on Ascent. I think that the best Ascent teams in the world should be able to handle it, but it's still good. I think it's best on Ascent.
Again, though, you look at the other side, Liquid winning their fight out on the other side of the connector. Has to draw forward Magnum. He can't be passive anymore. Camo with a brilliant beginning.
An awkward timing on the smoke dropping, particularly for Serial. Kind of left BBL a little bit exposed on the backside here. As soon as he's come through,
I don't like it on Haven, Sunset. Split is probably one of the maps I like it more than those maps. Oh, that's a nice nice trap.
Dry contact plays almost gonna really struggle against Nats and Serial here.
Sound sensor up.
One thing that BBL could do is try to abuse B, potentially. B generally being one of the parts of the map that teams like to leave open a little bit more. And then just trust the fact that the retake from this comp is not amazing, and you just try and snag like 5 attack rounds going B or something.
We'll see how this deadlock fares. Ready.
Actually,
To stick around for some
you
time.
probably get more than that,
Time as
and you
well.
do need a little bit more than that.
Well, from Sewer, it is Profect to take away Kiko, who probably outstayed.
Because then you need to be worried about the deadlock XX on attack, and then the post plant with the double center. Like that is one thing that I guess on the reverse side is an argument for this double center comp. Is that because there's 3 sites, choosing a site with few players on to exec is a bit easier. And so then once the double senti is on the site and set up with the post plant util, like, you know, all the trips and stuff, then it's going to be hard to retake. So I'll be interested to see what on the flip side, how BBL set up their defense to avoid Team Liquid going into post plants. I would imagine it would be some kind of like 2-1-2. I think I'd do a 2-1-2 with your like ISO fast flooding between probably.
This is early. This is still 1-18. They can get under the skin a bit here.
Yeah, plenty of time to reset off this. But Levin and Sociable tag down to 35 HP. Weapons not retrievable either. Off of Camo and Kiko falling. So it'll be just a pause here. Be for like Leon and Eco.
A little bit readable.
Sorry, it's just eco. Okay, right, gun round. Jesus Christ, look at that. Oh, we see the anti shot here as well. So we this is to stop the ISO, I guess. I don't know why they put it here though. It's a weird place to put it. So obviously if the ISO tries to ult garage, then they'll pop the clone, and then the clone goes to the ult.
Let's have ultimate available.
They get to counter with the clone. Obviously seeing that ISO ult online does become something you keep in mind here. I don't know if it's really going to be necessary.
Oh, they Team Liquid knew exactly how BBL ulted.
At this point, yeah, not going to find a soul here, but BBL going to carry on their pathing. Really good work up. Again, for Team Liquid, it is a bonus, so you're looking at those Guardians on their path.
That's a weird ult. Did BBL do that a lot?
I don't know if it's really going to be necessary. At this point, yeah, not going to find a soul here.
Okay, anyway.
Necessary.
Going into a dry CXX against this comp feels like a mistake, but BBL trade out nicely.
Again, for Team Liquid, it is a bonus, so you're looking at those Guardians or maybe that Bulldog with pad attack. But beyond that, it feels like they've taken the first step here for BBL.
Inside it though, so BBL definitely now readjust.
No, I was just a bit confused,
Keeping 5 alive.
like, about the anti, because I don't think I've ever seen a team use that ult like that before.
It's a little bit early on that.
But maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe BBL do use that ult quite a lot or something. Usually you'll see teams ult like here, like off of info, whereas like he just dry did it here, which I don't think I've seen before. Hello, Yushan.
Really just see if you can maybe catch someone with you, lock them into the site, cost them some of these weapons, but they've got plenty of exits.
This is the first time BBL plays this comp? Yes.
To avoid it. Not going to be able to do so here with the Bulldog. Feels like an awkward engagement. Yampi will fall. 11 down to 2-1 here.
A couple of rounds, yes, too much pressure on their side.
Wait. Is it the first time I play this comp? Is it the first time they played ISO specifically? It's the first time they played this comp, right? I don't know if it's the first time they played ISO. It is the first time they played ISO.
A little bit. Feels seem to find ice.
Have ultimate available.
They get to counter with the clone. Obviously, seeing that ISO online does become something you keep in mind here.
I mean, I don't understand it because this clone's never getting hit by the ISO anyway.
I don't know if it's really going to be necessary.
You know, like it's nowhere near being hit. I'm a bit confused why they've put it here. Like people, you put it here. This is the normal counter. You put it here. Because if they ult here or here, it gets hit.
Mind here.
Like
I don't know if it's really going to be necessary.
like you now pop the clone and it goes. Sorry, I'm just really confused why Team Liquid have put a clone here specifically. It's very weird.
Over deliver. One away, but beyond that, still on the verge. Someone does over deliver. Like Camo, for example, you're gonna have your ult ready. Spy and maybe Camo one away, but
So it looks like Team Liquid are expecting BBL to go take the orb here, maybe for a Sova. And they're ready with net Teo salvos for that.
beyond that, still on the
And then
verge.
Camo is just avoiding the recon
Over
and farms Profek.
Camo, for example, you're gonna have your ult ready to go, and Prophet being
Rough start from BBL.
problems. Options become limited.
Certainly.
And then we see Patty, like this is weird to me. Yampi's droning back out middle, but we've just seen where Yoru is, and this comp isn't gonna just push down middle without Yoru. So to me, this is a waste of a Sova drone from Yampi.
It does. That's the second layer to this. Early creep up the camels.
Am I gonna watch EWC? No.
No progress through here, no commitment.
I am not gonna be watching anything apart from co-streaming Paper X games at Toronto, I think.
BBL. Here. Now BBL going through the motions, removing some of this utility. And that's what's going to force the rotation, the adjustment.
I don't think my co-stream, like,
Side of Team Liquid. Flip side.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm actually getting viewers now. I think that I think if I was to co-stream, I'll get half the viewership or 3 times less viewership I would get if I just did VOD reviews.
Clearing back through so many tools for Liquid to play off.
What am I eating? Hazelnut chocolate protein yogurt thing. It's not that I just do things for views, it's the fact that I don't enjoy co-streaming as much as I do sitting here and just getting to flame all the teams for being terrible. Like, in the moment, flaming is a lot harder than being able to rewind teams doing bad shit. I need to eat 10 of those.
Big tool right here, Camo.
Oi.
To be able to sniff out this post plant. Yeah, ult's invested already, but Magnum gets Patistec ahead of it.
Magnum dong.
Try and wait, be a bit safer on this. Let Camo cook it up a little bit. Try and find something. That's now playing it in. I don't know if Magnum's watching. He certainly is. No, Levin!
Sorry.
Force the rotation.
They died A, go garage. Trade out well.
Big tool though here, Camo.
Okay. And 11 wins. Okay.
The Patistec, catch if he was
I
repositioning
Kiko
slightly.
makes a mistake there.
Caught out.
Okay. Nothing too much to say about that round, I think. Eco round. Nice little ISO wall, like use like Heretics does to take long A. 5 grouping A though. Another weird drone. I know this seems a bit like I'm being a bit critical, but Magnum is already ahead of the drone. The reason why Yampi will drone from here is because we want to clear any close people who might swing here. But Magnum's already gonna die if someone swings out here anyway, so this drone's pointless. Yampi just comes to this corner and just drone properly for A, because this drone's gonna cut around here. We need the drone for the site in this point.
Going forward is that
like, it's partly Magnum's fault here because Magnum's just scaling before drone. So they either need to wait for the drone and scale, or scale and then drone from closer.
This is really bizarre. Immediate walk out of B here.
Nice little contact out from BBL, but this is quite nice from Team Liquid.
I think the cam was checked by Magnum.
If I'm camo here, I wait and pray that Magnum dies, and then if he doesn't die, then I just go. And then he just goes, yeah, he just goes now. The amount of times that you just wait half a second for a Sentinel to die, and then they die, and you're just loving life.
So Magnum should be locked in and shouldn't lose. He doesn't. Security found here. Now it's throw caution to the wind and make the play happen. Lemonade missing today. Yeah, he's farming it up, but his guys all ready to go.
Drone clears passive shorty players? Yes. It just clears, because quite a lot of the time, if you start droning from here, they might just run out at you. And it also just clears this angle, right? But what I'm saying is that Magnum was here already exposed to being killed to that player. So a bit of a, you know, bit of a micro mistake.
The things when you say team like BBL, they are underdogs here. I think that's the best way to put it. Yeah, we know of Liquid's choky pasts and their own issues, right? But pound for pound, you put your money towards Liquid in that regard. BBL.
Why is that shock there?
So they're going to get pumped up. They're going to get in your face, and that weight on Liquid will grow and grow.
I'm surprised that BBL are allowing Yoru to set up sewers. I guess it's quite nice right now, technically, because, you know, they should now get into A before Team Liquid come back. This round, to me, in this very spot, looks like 80% chance for BBL to win.
Hearing the ult come through. You're already going to see Sociable trying to take all that space. There's a lot
But, yeah, never mind. Still high percentage chance, especially now. Nats has to make a criminal play to make this, okay. It is a criminal play. Bro, as if he gets away with that. Look at where he is right now. And the play he manages to get done. Cage, cage. This is nonsense. This is some nonsense.
Hearing the ult come through. You're already going to see Sociable trying to take all that space. There's a lot of utility here. And a bit of a mad play.
Again, the drone, I gotta question the drone a little bit. I know reclearing mid is strong on this map, but we've already seen the Yoru have a proclivity to be playing sewers, and we don't have a drone to, we don't have the Yoru clearing sewers with the ult, so I would just drone the sewers again. Camo doesn't get this kill. Yeah. I know what BBL are doing. I know why they're doing what they're doing, but something I'd be looking at maybe.
He's still going! Even though he's a dead man walking, he still does so much damage. Prophet though left in the 1v2. It's not safe yet. Go, but he's
Guys, good job. Camo gets the first, and I didn't even know actually where his TP was positioned, but it almost looked like a full retake setup here towards A.
EMEA Stage 1 trophies and all 4, yeah.
Like a full retake setup here
Wait.
towards A.
Okay, so clone now being used here for the ISO ult. Now Levin's doing the ult that Team Liquid were trying to counter before.
That's a real player. Oh, it's so simple for Levin. Serial, that's got to feel rough. Trying to get that spam on the cross, maybe set up Kiko for a slightly lighter target. But they're trying to stick around on the...
I need your opinion on something, one there. I need your opinion on something. I'll DM you.
But it
Uh, The only thing I don't like about the EMEA, like I like the EMEA trophy a lot, but like it looks Giga Chad, and then the logo at the top just is a reminder of like, I don't know, like it just like everything about it is beautiful, and then the logo at the top is just a bit like, okay. I don't know. I don't love talking shit about that stuff because it's like,
identifying here,
you know.
maybe Liquid going to struggle to hold down C site. Some of these hits.
I think we need a little brand update. That's what I'm saying. We need a little brand update in EMEA.
Previous series for Liquid, I mean, particularly actually one of the men on your screen right now, Camo, the one that needed to be.
It's the color is a bit off, yeah.
Maybe brought back on track.
It was funny the other week when I was on desk with Kakuka. They were showing some graphics in the rehearsal, and they looked really nice. And then they put the EMEA colors onto the graphics, and we're like, oh my god, the graphic now just looks so much worse than it did with just the normal colors. And now we got the EMEA colors, like.
It does ride on Haven, I think, for clear cut on the home stretch.
We were having this chat as this is going to be Sheriffs and a Vandal, right, for Camo. So if Camo kicks off, yeah, we're focused.
So BBL doing a bit of a Heretics cosplay here. Heretics love to do this, where they just send Wu up C long. So 3-1-1, they're just going to contain this and then just see what 11 can do. It's something that Heretics do quite a lot in their anti-eco kind of rounds.
But we were talking about this, it's like that on paper, like, yeah, Liquid should be fine, but then you keep kind of...
Right, BBL, I mean, the bounce back, prep-oriented, probably just...
Pretty simple. Pretty simple round. Okay, 5-3. Oh, what is this? Hello? Is that gonna land like here, maybe? Oh, that's a set play and a half. Oh, this is a beautiful round. This is almost like their tail round they used to do. So we got someone down here, someone down here, someone down here. We play retake C with all the Sentinel util. It's a lovely round from Team Liquid. Profec's in the perfect position to counter though.
Sort of round that I was talking about just before that timeout, and actually spam perfect from Nats.
There is a better way to do this nade.
Down to 2, Yampy and Sociable. Find themselves in a 2v4.
This would be quite special, wouldn't it? Surely not, though. Should have good info here. Freebie. Ain't gonna get it when Nats is still standing. Kind of left adrift.
Okay, nice round from Team Liquid. Why I will praise Team Liquid for, and it happens a lot on their Ascent too, is that Team Liquid will play comps like this, where they've got like a lot of passive kind of agents, and throw in these really aggressive rounds. Like Ascent, they're very good at it, where they're like walk out middle. And like this round here is a very... Like BBL are not thinking that they are in danger at all playing in the positions they are against this comp. So prep-wise, if I was playing against Team Liquid with these comps, I would still be ready for some of this aggression.
He's begging the team to be more decisive, be more vocal, call from the front if you know, Camo, but it's the sort of thing when Liquid are able to...
Oh God, bro.
Very pacey.
They're gonna go fact-finding early. This is a 4-1.
Yeah, again, I'm a bit... I think PBR are not doing the best game plan against this comp. I would love to see them just take this space for free against, like... The Yoru, this comp on defense doesn't have anything to really take A. So, I mean, they're getting Magnum to lurk, but I would just force... I'd force my way into this part of the map, and then, you know, like 1-1-3, then leave someone somewhere A, at least, and then, you know, go back and take Garage or something.
Stack, you're leaving Nats all to his own devices at A. And if you're BBL, maybe you do take, I don't want to say a slower tempo, but you need to go fact-finding again, because something has changed. Look down C long. Have a look at what they've taken here. Already, Kiko's got a lot of space. And a very
You like the Evangelion? Neon Genesis Evangelion. Is that how you say that? The lock-in knife is sick with it. The graphics went a bit yellow.
Keep checking the door, but Sociables here. There is.
I know what you mean. To me, it looks a bit too... I don't know. I don't know what the word is. Yeah, I'm a bit confused here, so... Okay, so... Again, Team Liquid have no information here, and they have good info here. So I think they're worried right now of this happening to them. And so they try to push down mid to create a flank over here. But again, they don't have enough information to work with to know what's happening, if that makes sense. If I'm Team Liquid, I would literally... I'd be tempted to use my Omen ult like here. Just to see what's going on.
Desperate to keep checking the door, but Sociables here. There is.
Ooh, I think if Team Liquid let this trip, like, shot this trip, and then waited a couple of seconds, and then did this, like, BBL would be turning their backs right now and trying to figure out, they'd be panicking in the comms right now for sure. But because they peaked this at the same time as this trip breaking, they're just looking in front of them and killing. So I think Team Liquid just made a tiny micro mistake there. Are TL capable of winning Toronto? I think that there's a lot of teams capable of winning Toronto, but there's a difference between capable and expected, if that makes sense. I'd be surprised, but they are capable. Okay, now we get a full A exec. And the retake is going to be a Teo Salva retake from Team Liquid. Again, this is the kind of round where I expect to win this if I'm BBL here. Should be a pretty clean round for them. Like, I think I prefer when I'm doing like stuff like this where I'm like, really set the expectation that like, this should absolutely be BBL's round to win. There's like very little reason they should lose this round. Rather than pretend that it's even and then like, you know, because I feel like when I do that and then Team Liquid win this round maybe back, it should be a surprise they've won this round. You know what I mean? Like you guys be like, oh, Mini's stupid. You know what I mean? They said that like BBL are supposed to win this round easy. It's like they are supposed to win this round easy. And they fuck up here if they don't. Or Team Liquid do something phenomenal to win this round. I mean, they get the salvos in. And Levin has been caught with a neck close. Okay. There we go. I don't look so stupid. It's specific at a level where EMEA and Americas is. I think Americas is the best right now. But part of that is G2. But again, like I'm high on G2, but if they lose, like obviously, you know, they lose, you know what I mean? Like having favorites for this tournament is very difficult, you know what I mean? Because there's so much time, there's a meta change. There's so much time between the last games we've seen. So it's a very difficult tournament to call. It's not like Counter-Strike where there's a tournament every 2 weeks, so you can kind of tell who's where, you know what I mean? That's a big kill, an upgrade found as well. There's also a map change.
He's identified a lot of players here, but the rest of the team now starting to feel the pressure. BBL being kind of stranglehold on both fronts. Magnum, passive angle, it's nice.
I'm not gonna lie. Okay, 8-4 on attack is beautiful for BBL here. I'm not gonna lie, both the tournaments this year, Bangkok and Toronto, I feel like have a bigger asterisk on them than most other tournaments. Bangkok being a tournament in which Teo meta came out a day before kickoff, like a week before kickoff, And then this tournament, Teo nerf, map change, inconsistent scheduling. Like both the tournaments this year have a bit of like material or tangible reasons why teams might or might not just pop off.
Very, very worried. This is literally just built off early momentum from BBL. Liquid almost have the wind blown out of them early on. And they just...
Wasn't Madrid similar with the Sky Change start of the year? A little bit, but the Sky Change was nowhere near as big as Teo existing or not existing. 11, 15, 5.
I don't normally question that. But it was more the decisions, the choices that made me question mark, especially on a half that you'd imagine they should have been more comfortable on.
This is just teams not knowing how to play Teo. And Teo being extremely popular. Fast deadlock net. Interesting. So this looks like a little fake on C and then potentially ready to walk up here or something. Net, I imagine, goes into CT. Oh no, net was backside C. That's kind of cool. Using both of your refresh util. Like, they get this util back, right? Faking with both the refresh util and maybe even catching a free kill on C. That's kind of cool. Okay, fair enough. Cross map recon here from beautiful lineup here from Yampi. I need to learn this one, actually. I need to get this one. So we'll land on this corner. Really nice. Shout out Gobby. Shout out Gobby.
Certainly could be. Liquid now looking for a man out place. On that first kill is brutal.
Bro.
Big rasp. Losing out on that.
11 feeling that a bit too much, maybe?
Oh, big shot. There it is. That's nice from Camo. Couple more of those and I'm on board.
Now a couple of overcommitments here.
Profec's not moving though. Profec's still chilling around here. He's still got a good bit.
I like this from Profec.
Compliment much with Yampi, who's got his dart back up now.
His smoke, I think he wishes his smoke was just slightly more passive, but I like his how awkward it is. Why is no one why is this guy not rotating? Why is Yampi here? Why is he not cheating here? And then why is he not cheating here? Like, look. He's being slow, and now he's being slow, now he's being slow. Now he's going into garage. Just help your boy, man. Help your boy. Your boy's fucking stuck, Yampi. Help him.
He's playing around as well.
Turns flash. Gets pinned down. Not needed. Tight. Say Magnum undo.
Previous some of those energetic noise.
He was very concerned about the B lurk. 5 A stack.
I think pretty aware that.
Still walking up to you.
Oh, afraid of my classic. Weird. Smoked off, so maybe Magnum could do a little something here. Ooh, don't.
Definitely don't walk the smoke.
Don't go in there. But it's enough to sway them. They don't like what they're seeing. Maybe just feeling that someone was close enough that they called for that smoke to come in. It's just a guess. But this then puts it into the hands of these two, unless they go for that B approach. And it feels like Liquid are looking around for a tell, right? Looking around for something. Looking around for any sort of info.
Well, I was going to say that trip going down there should tell BBL.
Wait one sec.
Elsewhere. To actually maybe try and burst through it, catch somebody solo in the back lines. Patitek.
Don't know if that was completely necessary, and now there might be an issue for Kiko here. Luckily enough, you've still got Nats firing, so they keep the man advantage. BBL mostly in the back lines, really. And Magnum's okay. Maybe they should have feared the classic. Maybe should have drawn their attention, but there's a man deeper. They've got to know about Nats. He'd already picked up a player here, so they've got to know there's still someone around. You can see that Magnum's kind of eyeing it up, but they're being as disruptive as they can be. But Serial this time is going to connect with 2, and Profec. They can go a little bit more. That would be lovely. Not going to happen, Liquid. A second step. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Remember how the first one started. It was 2 for Liquid, and then the run came back. So,
Coming in.
Sorry.
They equip 2 pistols.
Okay, back to the VOD. Sorry, I was distracted.
towards A actually initially. Could get sniffed.
Team Liquid's map pool against Heretics is pretty good.
Didn't actually spot playing with sewers though. That
No.
could be concerning.
I'm looking at Nats here.
Very early on. Didn't actually spot playing with sewers though. That
No.
could be concerning.
I'm looking at Nats here, trying to progress. And he's gone down. Now he loses that fight. Didn't deeply clear, and BBL still have the bodies on the site here. Flood comes in. Team Liquid winning out on the site here, making this bonus look deadly. A 3v3 with damage done as well on Sociable. That's perfect. The plan will be lovely. Oh my god, Kiko, you are a brave boy. Team Liquid win.
Sorry, I'm so confused as to what's happening. Euro OA.
He's gone down.
Sociable kills there.
Didn't deeply clear, and BBL still have the bodies on the site.
11 floods in, dies, and then Sociable jumps down heaven. Bro, this is just messy. There's nothing for me to say. This is just some messy Valorant. So nice from BBL to know that like they had to make plays like that.
Headshot there.
Yeah, you can't blame him on that one too much.
Yeah. The
Oh, that wall.
take absolutely perfect here from BBL.
Utility not even going across is pretty rough. I mean, it was one and lost. It felt here really. Sociable getting back.
I mean,
down
they're here before the spikes even
Yeah.
planted. So
Angel TP.
BBL making absolutely the right decision in that scenario.
You don't trust this Euro ISO comp anymore? I think it's good.
BK, back of sight, Profek, Paranoid goes.
It's not as good as it used to be, I don't think.
It is the
You have to play it differently, actually.
No one's cleared, no one's cleared. He's still here. He's still standing.
Scenario. BBL making absolutely the
So BBL setting up the Euro deep and then cheating rotations. Team Liquid look like they're going for B exec.
decision.
Going B on this comp, I guess, does make some sense, but it doesn't really utilize the post-plant ability that the comp has in the same way. Like, usually when you think about this comp, you want to put down, you know, trips and walls and be annoying. Whereas you can't really do that on B, because you don't really want to play around deep trips. You usually want to, like, just get off and spam, right? So I don't think it fully utilizes the comp's potential, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they got some tech that I don't know about.
Paranoid going in, and he's getting a little cheeky with it. Spots. It is the clone that we know of, but no one's cleared, no one's cleared, no one's cleared. He's still here. He's still standing.
Okay, nice from Profek.
Damage. Magnum even taking it further away, leaving just one man. And we know what he can
Hey,
do.
Self.
One of the great
Hey,
leaders
Deluxe.
coming into his
How are you
own
guys?
recently. But what can he achieve? Nothing. Magnum on the other side. Push.
Magnum Dong.
Start of round 17. BBL on double digit.
Talking about this map. Really, it looks like they have. Looking at here, they cannot get tilted. They can't be frustrated. They have to make it through this.
10-6. Liquid win this round for sure, right? Like, I think that BBL win this game immediately if they close this round out. I don't see how it's such a close game if Team Liquid win.
Right. Their luck once again
Oh,
towards B. Potential to get a plant down here. Never actually. Does catch the club.
he, wait, when did that clone get sent through?
Right. Their luck once again towards B.
That's so funny. That's kind of nice by Team Liquid.
These rounds into those gun rounds, it hasn't been pretty.
Right. Their luck once again towards B. Potential to get a plant down here. Never actually. Does catch the clone.
Very nice.
So nothing through here.
Okay, so trips used on site. We keep camo on site with the TP. Like, if we keep the duelist here who can get out, stall as much as time with this util. It's quite a nice post-plant idea from Team Liquid.
Seeing that becoming more and more popular. Very well done.
Your boy Les deserves better.
Life here as best he can, and it's a fine
Oh, that's
margin.
beautiful from Team Liquid.
Digging in deeper this time. Big round for them. Camo still sticking around here. They can't afford to let this one slip. They can't afford too much damage either. They want to keep it clean. They've already lost two. How much can Sociable achieve?
Yeah, the upgrade is real. The purchase.
Profek.
Other side of things, Serial. One with an ultimate to his name for Liquid. 2 off for Camo once again though. He's been extremely active in the second half.
Sociable. I think. Whoa, Profek! Big shot from him. That's camo removed.
Drone will spot out here. Actually finds a tag as well. Aztec able to escape with his life though, but
Cover going out.
Kiko finds a response.
Shot from.
2 off for Camo once again though. Been extremely active in the second half.
Sociable. I think. Whoa, Profek! Big shot from him. That's camo removed.
That round that Team Liquid just won was massive. If they didn't win that round, it was just so over.
He finds a tag as well. Aztec able to escape with his
And
life.
they're gonna win this round too, aren't they? I just got a feeling.
Kiko finds a response here. A 3v4.
It's another round that BBL should clean up quite easy.
Struggling to get deep on these sites, right? Look where these kills
This
are
is
coming
nice.
towards, guys.
Oh my god, the MP hits.
Kiko's gone.
2v4?
He's done beautifully with that. Patatek and Serial still trying to shuffle up towards Elon.
Just
but
keep going.
nice passive camera there.
Keep going.
Mike, this could be 11. It's looking real likely to be 11.
The salvos will slow him down. Still caution shown by
Did
Liquid.
BBL lose this map? BBL should have won this map.
Social's going to sniff this out very quickly.
Oh my
See
god.
discipline here. Don't need to go early.
BBL actually threw. Thank you, Plum Rap.
You've got the paranoia ready.
Oh
There's
my
the profit, there it
god.
is, and there's a commitment. It's just stunning. Patatek starts. Patatek. There it is, and there's.
What is this Euro ult, by
Don't
the
need to
way?
go early. You've got the paranoia ready.
Oh, Flash?
There it is, and there's the commitment.
Oh, I mean, that, I'm not gonna lie,
You've got the paranoia
that's
ready.
difficult for
There's the
Sociable.
profit,
Look
there
at
it is,
how
and
he's
there's the commitment.
moving.
It's just stunning.
He's got a hit like...
Paranoia ready. In the hands of Profek, there it is.
Like, that, to me, looked like a headshot. But,
See discipline here. Don't need to go early. You've got the paranoia ready. In the hands of Profek, there it is, and there's
oh no, it's not.
a commitment.
Okay.
It's just stunning.
Just so awkward.
Social's going to sniff this out very quickly.
See discipline here. Don't need to go early. You've got the paranoia ready. In the hands of Profek, there it is, and there's a commitment. It's just stunning. Patatek
Yeah, it's whiffy.
Patatek, the savior.
It's just unnecessary from BBL.
Aztec better than
Confident.
They had like an idea,
Curses.
but-
Sheriffs. BBL looking like country and western. now.
Oh, the clone flashes 2 people jumping at heaven.
And it's patient from Liquid. They wanna
That's
get a
rough.
read on everything. Everything feels
I like this. I think I saw this round. It works, doesn't it?
that setup here is definitely rehearsed. Start walking into
Everything's fine.
potentially.
It'll be fine, Michael. You said it was going to be fine. Everything's fine. Oh no, everything's not fine. It is a trap.
I mean, Yampi just kills 2 and almost the 3rd. Like, this was the bit of the play I liked, the TP across.
And look who it is again. The savior.
Oh, and they don't expect...
This time, even further. And they're doing it.
No way.
2v4, Lauren. This would be outrageous.
There's no analysis here.
Who's been caught here? Tries to shift.
Oh, thank God.
Again, and the 1v1. Serial up against Magnum, and Magnum's been
Oh, I watched this. Serial... What is Serial doing in this clutch, by the way?
Give me a caliber here.
On what planet? So he wraps around here.
Serial. It's all eyes on
This is the kind of play I make in ranked till I get flamed in ranked. Like, why jump here?
moments here, and
No way.
it looks too easy for him. Serial fumbling brutal way.
No audio cue.
Serial's, like, is usually good in clutches.
Figures out the reposition.
Something I noticed last week when I was watching was like, okay, like, Serial was, like, not been performing as well as, like, people probably hoped. But in the clutches, he was winning.
And this was even with
That was
Social.
bad.
Like I said, he's timed the TP, but he actually gets ahead and catches the paranoia. And it's him that ultimately is the one set in motion to do damage.
Heaven is a weird reposition, but it's fine in that context, I think.
Socials getting under their skin just to get on their nerves. It looks like behind them pretty fast. Liquid trying to clear out this site, but they're on it. Yampi, he's unfazed, but he's
Oh.
fallen. Patatek trying to lead the charge. There's still bodies here. Levin, one of them. The heavy hitter falls. Serial this time with.
And this was even with Social. Well, like I said, he's timed the TP, but he actually gets ahead and catches the paranoia. And it's him that ultimately is the one set in motion to do damage. Testing that composure once more of Liquid. tilting round to lose.
Social's getting under their skin just to get on their nerves, it looks like. Behind them pretty fast. Liquid trying to clear out this site, but they're on it. Yampi, he's unfazed, but he's fallen. Patatek trying to lead the charge. There's still bodies here. Levin, one of them. The heavy hitter falls. Serial Visual coming in. Magnum, oh my god! Look at the back.
How does Magnum kill two?
Coming in. Magnum, oh my god, Magnum! Magnificent.
You gotta be shitting me if Team Liquid win this.
Like he's ready. Does he have? Glorious from there.
Could BBL for once just kill the wall? Like, do they really need to? Like, can't they just kill the wall? Like, the more they don't kill this wall, the more Team Liquid just keep looking at heaven or looking behind. They've had 2 retakes now lost because they just don't put pressure on the wall.
If you want an experienced player, you're looking at Nats. Serial following his footsteps like a lost puppy. The dub. Looks now.
The way in which it's
Look at his aim, man. It's so weird.
the way in which these rounds play out, they just don't
Magnum's
have a
cheating, man.
chance to take a breather.
Oh.
The way in which these rounds play out, they just don't have a chance to take a breather,
Christ, man. I need to get this Phantom, don't I?
regain composure almost.
Nah, am I Nats Phantom or Leo Phantom?
Ultimate
The problem with Leo Phantom is that it doesn't have the best gun buddy.
Profek,
Like I can legit, I'm one of the only players in the people in the world that could do a Nats cosplay with that Phantom.
unscathed.
Not because I'm like Nats, I'm fucking terrible, but I can actually use the gun buddy.
God, I hope not.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, didn't fancy that. Serial leading the way. Should be able to clear a good
Recon Phantom is Leo's.
Even the back side feeling good now. It's 3-2 split though. Quick TP takes him out towards that back of C. BBL again. You're looking at the sheriffs. You're looking at Profek mostly with his card.
That's so close from Camo because his rifle was pointing that way.
The camo's just turned.
Okay, it's just eco, it's just fine. There's not much to say.
They blocked in, closed the gap because as much as Liquid is, it feels muddy, they're still winning out of these rounds. They've closed the gap up, and it feels muddy, they're still winning out of these rounds. They've closed the gap up, and that's a steal. Nats has been caught. Levin locked in on this. Got to find him. And that's a steal, buddy.
You say this all is criminal, but it is weird. It is a weird ult. But how many times do you expect a team to do that immediately?
And that's a steal. Nats has been caught, Levin. Locked in on this. Got to find him. Oh, big one from Nats. Dream come true for Liquid. Get the opening pick. Sociable gives away the operators in play by finding him, but still.
What? This, I'm so confused.
That's a steal. Nats has been caught, Levin. Locked in on this. Got to find him. Oh,
They run onto B.
from Nats. Dream come
And
true for
C
Liquid.
split.
Get the opening pick. Sociable gives away the operators in play by finding him, but still. 1-for-1 trade. Profek now defending the line. Paranoia in. I think Serial didn't get affected, but it doesn't matter. He's still standing. Profek is alive, even on 29 HP. Magnum on the back of the site. Support now in. Liquid, do you carry on? It feels like Serial's on a bit of an island.
Regroup here for the adjustment. Profek no further.
Nice from Serial though. That calmness delivers. They wanted to clear those question marks, costing them there. Magnum doesn't really want to get away from the site. Does he slip the smoke? No, he's respected it. It felt like he was considering it for a moment. He's still trying to find a way forward here, but he's been caught by the trap, caught in the net, and it's time to play back through.
No way.
Well, gets back to his feet, clears his vision, but Yampi bulldozering the site. Serial
No.
gets locked in on this. Trying to fight for his life.
BBL? My fucking god, boys.
Doesn't really want to get away from the site. Does he slip the smoke? No, he's respected it. It felt like he was considering it for a moment. He's still trying to find a way forward here, but he's been caught by the trap, caught in the net. It's time to play back.
I mean, I guess
Chico does well. Gets back to his feet.
it wasn't the worst, but They don't win any of these situations, it looks like.
He's like I said, like a mag.
Have to take me just
Stay with his body, but this is where they've been able to group.
this is now where it changes, right? Is this the time that Liquid take the lead here? BBL with a stark reminder from their coaches here in the timeout. But they still need to stick the landing in the server if they want this one to be theirs. Liquid showing that pedigree, that capability. Legendary players on this side. Now they gotta make it count. Slow and cautious.
I saw this, like you guys are talking about because I was watching a Sideshow stream yesterday a little bit. This isn't as egregious as what, like, this isn't that egregious, in my opinion. If they weren't so stressed out, they would probably have to figure out a way of like getting the economy better for Sociable here. But this is not that egregious. He's a duelist. He wants to play with a Vandal. I'm not buying a flash and a TP in a Guardian. I want a Vandal. If they were like not so stressed right now, like Yampi probably has to go down in armor, right? And could he afford? I don't know. If I'm sociable, I'm buying a Vandal.
What's the go signal? It's now. Salvos towards the back of Plat. Sociable instantly cleared. Serial with a banger. Overwhelmed, maybe not. Serial does so well here. Good trades on towards Profek. Clearing.
Like he should have.
Slow. Going that the timeout, but they still need to. Liquid take the lead here. BBL with
He shouldn't be flooding into a site by himself with no util. Like that's kind of obvious.
They still need to stick the landing in the server if they want this one to be their side.
But now there are people here. Oh, where's Profek's second smoke? Oh, he's already okay. He's already used two. Okay. If they could just wait half a second, Profek gets another smoke, and they smoke this though.
It's now. Salvos towards the back of Plat.
He's literally got a smoke now.
Serial with a banger. Overwhelmed, maybe not. Serial does so well here. Good trades on towards.
Only got a judge though. That's just
but Panitek's reposition is lovely as well. Evan looking for his man. Nats takes down Yampi. It's really on Levin. He knows that's
I feel sad for BBL. They definitely should have won this map.
Levin choosing his target, but surely Panitek.
but they stretch one. Let's see it. Looks like Mike.
Big info on this one.
What?
Sociable. Big info on this one.
Oh, he didn't realize. That's so unlucky.
Hello. Oh my god.
He didn't swap Panitek.
Oh, Panitek's got him. Surely this is enough. Team Liquid. Looking like they're back from the dead. Revitalized and back in charge.
Do you think that's as good with the sauce busting it down sexual style?
Vintage classic. Serial, gotta be careful though. That's a freebie there. And Profek on the follow-up. Hold on. Nats. They need him, and he's right there where they need him most.
Yeah, rough. Rough. That was not convincing. Haven's a weak map for Team Liquid for sure. Pearl, Haven. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, this is basically
Both of these maps are going to be a bit weird though because of the comps, but we'll see.
They're starting on defense, and I mean, what was it 10-2 in the first half versus Foot?
Counting's difficult, and remembering's even harder. So I'll say yes. Well, Michael.
Split like Liquid did not know what Deadlock does. Right. That wouldn't surprise me.
How it goes, shall we? BBL have been in the kitchen cooking up.
I think the way I would play against this comp is I would start with my normal game plan. like 1-3-1. If it stops working, I would probably start actually doing defaults where we get heaven control. And then just get heaven control and slowly exec a site from A. Because I think that's a pretty good way to deal with the sentinels on this map. Like, I don't think it's going to be that scary as long as we control like this and we slowly scale into A. I don't think the sentinels can really do much to us. But I wouldn't do that first. I would do 1-3-1. I think this is a very good game plan idea from Team Liquid. If they continue to use this wall, it's a very good idea. I'm surprised they're very quick with it, considering they've not even, like, this is the first time BBL played comp, but like, camera here counters this wall, right? Whereas like Team Liquid don't have a way, the BBL don't have a great way of taking B main control. They don't have a way to really like counter this wall that hard. So I think that like doing this wall and just like walking at B sometimes could be a good idea.
Something brand new, as Team Liquid have been prolific on this map.
The other thing though is that the wall on A is also good because Team Liquid, BBL, sorry, can't get info back here with Cypher or any kind of Fade Sky util. Like they can't get info back. So I think this is fine too. I think what I would do eventually would be just prod middle with like 1 to 2 people, and then just walk up ramp 3 people, get this, and then just slowly finish A.
On the attacking side, let's see how they handle it. Ready? You can see what Liquid are eyeing up here.
Because if they want to entertain the idea themselves, stun will come through.
BBL is much more likely to be aggro on A though to disrespect the wall. And if they are, we kill them. The strength of this comp is sitting back here. You know what I mean? It's, the strength of the comp is not fighting here.
BBL actually proactively clearing with the boombot here. Won't necessarily figure anything out on the back of that. But again, how early very often you're really testing with the timing of the.
So I think at this moment right now, we needed to leave, like Team Liquid needed to leave, like someone here to continue this pressure to make sure that this player is not so comfortable to just rotate immediately. And then maybe even threaten the lurk-in.
When parts of the map will open
The
up.
wall breaks, they rotate to A. Well, I mean, BBL are in a very, Team Liquid are a very good spot here. But the breach is ready to stun on the line, so.
Team Liquid have been spotted. Sociable is going to be under pressure up towards heaven now. I don't know if he can really get away here. Maybe banking on the utility coming out from Yampy, but this is going to be tough.
Team Liquid are in a very good spot right now. BBL, fucking Yampy hits that shot. Yeah. Team Liquid are in a very good spot here. 5 people against 2. But you know, if Team Liquid hit, if BBL hit the shots, BBL hit the shots. I mean, the Fade Prowler doesn't clear here. We Prowler this way. The scaling here from Team Liquid was not fantastic. Yes, the VOD will be available after the stream.
He's got a 1v2. He's got 14 seconds, though. Really tough here. Gotta find a fair fight. There's Magnum giving it. Oh, lovely from Magnum. A little bit of a fade away on the end of that. But
I think thinking it's one player lurking to right.
That's the experience there. That's a veteran. For Liquid, though.
Annoying sensor here. But I would argue that you probably just nade here. I don't know if this nade catches this, but I wouldn't mind just nading around this area. I think if I'm Team Liquid.
And also the second
I keep getting confused between TL and BBL because Yampy to me is a Team Liquid player, so I keep struggling. Nice little flash TP.
Kind of affects the next couple of rounds. Camo has managed to navigate past a lot of that early utility, and what a banging shot. 11. There's that combination, right? That's what we were looking at. This composition with the trips, the traps, everything thrown down with that paint shell on top. Camo, yes, he hit a great shot. I doubt he's going to get more. So keep
set piece utility on the side of
we get into the fun part though, right? This is where sociable. I quite like that. Take a couple of risks in this round. You're on the bonus. You got your SMGs. Why not have a little bit of a go on things? Nats is there just chipping down at this wall. Does need to be conscious of
Both walls used in the first 10 seconds of the round.
obviously these angles and these positions that could
I don't. I think the strength with having both of these walls is that you're able to stagger them. You know. I don't think you want to use both at the same time, but
become available. Obviously, with the utility in middle being put into play, does slow down the approach.
I have a hot take. I don't think that killing these walls should reduce your ammo. I think if your bullet hits this, I don't think it should reduce your ammo. It takes too many bullets.
Slows down the entire game plan, really.
Does, yeah.
It's so annoying.
Doubling up.
Paint shell.
Oh,
Net just missing there. Really.
does, yeah.
What's Bacon saying?
Doubling up.
Paint shell.
Oh,
Net
Nade
just
in.
missing there.
So Team Liquid now have like very little util left. And they still fight after it. Jesus Christ. No, BBL, sorry. BBL use all that util and still fight after it.
has been found on the back of the wall dropping.
And now BBL to retake B main control? Bro, this is kind of nasty. The early wall, 4 people fighting mid relentlessly, and now a re-clear B main, and then they got this trip here.
Gonna have a tough time dealing with Nats.
BBL
such a
looking good right
difficult
now.
player in these solo efforts. Magnum as well only has a ghost here, so should be outgunned. My word, Magnum.
That's funny.
Very nice, and he knows Nats is nearby. Just missed the timing. He wanted to get up on that box, maybe get a slightly different angle, but Yampy trying to fill the void. But it is a 2v3. Now, obviously, we know all these players are heading over towards A now. Support coming in from Profek, but
I do think, though, that Team Liquid...
Net
Catch a timing here, but in mid. Trade-off.
is going to have a tough time dealing with Nats. He's such a diligent...
No, they do fine here. They do fine.
Liquid.
Awkward
15 seconds here.
now, but that's... it won't land.
No.
Yeah, now it gets a little awkward when you're locked out, but actually, spike here.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Bad one, 'cause that's 15 seconds. It removes
No.
the player away, so it almost encourages you to work forward. Nats
BBL don't deserve to win this round. But they played a very good opening, but this Team Liquid should have won.
Shaky the first upgraded weapon there for Profek 2. Let's see if he can hold his nerve this time. A big opportunity, big timing, and a big kill. The 1v1, it's Yampy on the other side, and Serial closing the net here, closing the gap, and Yampy chose wrong.
Bro, you just hide behind map there, surely.
Serial now has the upper hand. It's a shot in the dark, and
Okay.
it's a clean shot from Serial.
Sponging the decay.
Hello.
You're right, I think as well, if Sociable's going to be tasked with just, you know, one...
I mean,
Again, traditionally,
that trip's nice, but you could just go break it if you really need
Feels
to.
like Page feeling confident, that is a huge boon for the Liquid side.
straight away see Sociable adjusting towards mid. Ooh.
Jesus
Flash
Christ.
through to try and isolate Nats. Got another snake bite, forced him a little deeper here. Levin almost looking as if he wants to continue. Actually wins out here, so
I think it's kind of stupid by Nats, I'm not gonna lie.
Liquid not necessarily in a position to spring off the back of that.
Well, I think I know myself.
I think the win condition from Team Liquid is just to continue, like, as long as you're slowly moving forward on the map, slowly moving forward, slowly getting rid of the util, you get to a point in the round where, like, you're able to suffocate, I think. And I think taking duels like that against this comp means you're probably just gonna lose out. You know, this shit's now there. We have just like a big stack. We have so much stall util.
Nasty little wall though, because there is a player obviously over on the catwalk, right, which was Yampy, so kind of a
Hello, Feather.
angle. As much as they'd love to play sociable, there's still layers to this. This seems very heads up. I've got to say, it feels like BBL have come in very prepared for this, kind of understanding the protocols that Liquid like to run.
Hey, Yampy.
And Yampy has been having a belter of a
Yampy.
round.
Yampy.
Round 4, 11. Gonna go absolutely nuclear on that. In zone flawless. And this feels feels like a very strong read, Mike. We know that Nats likes that solo pressure towards A or his mid lurks. They identify it early. They even put, who was it, to the 10 earlier, but still, and then so prepared for that mid pressure coming in off the back.
There's so many for initial overwhelming. Like I said,
Mid orb?
from Liquid in terms of footwork early on. And the key things being the paint shell being drawn out, the wall.
Mid orb's probably pretty good. They can't time the utilities as well on middle. I mean, it's a low buy. I'm not really going to pay attention too much this round. They get the orb. They're pressuring both sides at once. I think, again, though, my general idea here would be just keep pressuring middle one person, constantly create a question mark at middle. Always ready to break any util that's being used middle. Like, never let the stage wall stay up. Never let BBL leave something middle and rotate around. Like, always have someone here so that they can never know if it's one person or like 4 people.
Kind of single side of things. Profek gonna have to back away from this. Gets a little bit scary on the side because they are very close by. That is a recovered weapon, I'm pretty sure. Yampi's here, don't worry.
This is successful defensive half.
Okay, right. But now the problem is Ulk's coming online and BBL. It looks like they're gonna do something. Break shot into. We used to call this China for some reason, but I don't know why. What is this place called? Market, maybe?
This looks like again some aggression here on the back of the showstopper.
Oh.
He's not cleared in the corner.
That's unlucky.
And a big chance here for Liquid to actually get really on the board properly in these gun rounds, but Profek's there quick. And a big chance
Kiko? Hello? Okay, I don't. Kiko's just inting.
Camo gets ahead of the wall.
I mean, it's not easy for Team Liquid to play against comp, but so far they're just making lots of little mistakes.
Isn't cleared early on. So BBL can just kind of sit back.
Again, even dumb shit like this, again, like they've now left that space completely. Look how confident BBL are. It's crazy.
Retrieve the orb, so 2 overzealous available. Oh, say Profek, you don't want to see him get too overzealous here. Stun will come
Oh, Camo, what are you doing? I don't understand.
too overzealous here.
Jumping forward when you're breach stunned?
Say Profek.
Bro, to me right now, Team Liquid just keep solo dying.
Even from the back lines, and look at this delay, look at this stall. Yampi knows exactly what he needs to do, but they're looking for other options, and Magnum's now aware.
How? I remember that didn't hit, but how does that not hit?
I don't know how he's gotten away with that.
This is nice. This is nice from Sociable. Oh, Magnum as well. Fuck me. Yeah, Team Liquid just keep... They're making the right decisions sometimes, but they're just dying. Like, scaling up Mailroom there was correct, but then Kama just died. How did your VOD review and... How do you use your VOD review and differentiate between mistake and hindsight bias? Because... I know what you mean. You just have to be honest with yourself as to whether you are analyzing in the moment or you're just like watching how the round plays out and looking back at it. Something I would do a lot when I was like watching scrims for Fnatic was I'd be writing stuff down as it was happening and try my best to write down what I think we should be doing before we lose or win the situation. Or even if we won the situation, but it was wrong how we played it, I would write that down and make sure we reviewed it still. And so I hoped I created a sense that like the boys knew that I wasn't just watching the rounds we lost, and then saying, oh my god, how did we lose this? You know, I would try and write it before even we were like losing the rounds. And then hopefully sometimes also when we won rounds, writing down stuff that we did wrong. But that just takes a lot of time and experience to know when things are just being played wrong. You know, I also refer back to my coach cams when I was molding a lot, even though we're winning. because I wasn't happy with how we were playing, you know. So
his recent performances with BBL have been
yeah, exactly what Fred's saying. Like that's why I was angry when we were winning.
can achieve here. 5 together, looks
I was
simplistic,
kind of
but
edited
is
to
stunning.
look a bit
Really
stupid, but
well handled by Prophet. Does he
I
get
wasn't
by
angry at the
Eco,
end
though?
of those rounds.
Question,
But I
however,
was
is
angry
Social
during
World
those rounds
on
quite a lot of the
towards
time.
right. If time in the sun had doing well actually. And again, Magnum kind of returned. A lot of people have been magnificent. Now, this time
Eco
around,
round
focus on
for
what
Team
Liquid
Liquid.
can
Is
achieve.
BBL already going to be on
5
to
together,
6 though?
looks simplistic, and that
Just a lot of these
power
key rounds for me. I
really
think Team
well
Liquid
handled by
just
Prophet. Does he get caught by
had an
Eco, though?
extra
That is
death
the
that they shouldn't have had so
question.
far.
However, it's Social
I don't know
World
if it's
on
anything
towards the right.
egregious in terms of
Well
like
maintained, Serial, trying to get a little bit
how they're
dangerous here.
playing.
And the spray doesn't quite get the
I do
job.
think that
This is still
like
game on. This is a
they didn't
big
play
old
slow
investment.
enough.
Social almost locked out from using his presence well on the board.
Right, but
For their playbook.
this on the table, left open, and to see this have repetition is just terrifying. And I'm sure it's a little bit unnerving for Liquid because this was meant to be the comfort. You win map 1, you're thinking, oh, maybe we're away with a 2-0 here. But at a 6-1, you're certainly now locked back in. Now Liquid still have a couple of ults. They've got the Divide to play with, and they've still got camos here. So there's options.
Right now, Liquid are in a decent spot. Like they've got B main, they got middle. Levin can't be comfortable here, but he like this is where team like BBR are looking okay. Now I want to see what did Team Liquid do now. The problem is they've started operating on attack side desperately, out of desperation, which is a mistake in my opinion.
Is going to have to do some serious work with that.
Yeah. Starting to see the adjustment now from Liquid, keen to deal with some of that security.
Sage is good on this map though. Sage is a good agent, man. Sage is so underrated.
They seem so aware. Magnum's been bang on with this, and once again, this has to add to the protocol.
I wouldn't play it, but oh god, that's nice.
And once again, this has to add to the protocol list, right? But you can see Yampi.
That's nice.
Beautiful.
The only thing I'd say though is that how many times have we seen this trap and then what are we doing? Just break the trap, right? We know it's here, don't we? Just shoot it. Bit confused.
And once again, this has to add to the protocol list, right? But you can see Yampi complimenting.
Beautiful.
A little bit confused.
It's layer upon layer. You think maybe you've got the solution on the first. Get rid of that deadlock util, then you still got layers of Yampi coming into Punish and Sociable. I was gonna be a bit worried he was fighting with that res, but in reality, he's fine. Liquid do not have an answer. It's simple, it's as clear as day. They have not found a solution. They can't break through vents. They can't have that singular lurk. They need someone to come up with a miracle soon enough.
Looking to apply more pressure here as well. Levin punished for a natural find one as well.
Excuse me?
I mean, they've used the trap there 2 or 3 times, so I expected them to know by now. Is this one of those comps where you're supposed to default take space to force you to and play slower? Yes, you have to default out the walls, and eventually you'll get enough map control. Eventually you should get enough map control where you can do what you want. But if you don't, if you like the issue is like time, you're going to be playing on low time, but you'll be playing with lots of space. Sorry. So this happened, and then Team Liquid are 4v5 again. It seems like in all the key rounds, Liquid just lose members.
Get rid of that deadlock util, then you still got layers of Yampi coming into Punish and Sociable. I was gonna be a bit worried he was fighting with that res, but in reality, he's fine.
Like to me, like the reason why I'm not like praising BBL, even though like they're doing good stuff, is because I think this kind of composition, it's down to Team Liquid to break it. And BBL don't need to like, you know what I mean? Like it's up to Team Liquid to break the composition from BBL. And it's not like BBL are just gonna do their thing and then, you know, like they are doing their thing well, but it's Team Liquid who need to react. So it's a lot of this is gonna be looking at how Team Liquid are or aren't reacting to the comp.
You gotta keep your head about you. Yeah, God. Contextually.
Territory right now.
Hero Vandals.
To round this out.
And again, now we're just like grouped up behind walls.
Again, concern being that the clear indicators for them.
feels tense though. They've made it up here. This is the first time they're really kind of testing ramp, I guess, this side of things. And it feels like an inverse of the round, clearing through vents.
A little bit slow from Liquid in terms of like the ramp control. But finally something's worked. So I'd imagine they keep doing this kind of idea later on, the ramp kind of pressure. Oh, okay. Nice from Team Liquid. Let's see. So yeah, we see the same again. 3-3A. A little bit obvious, maybe. Maybe BBL punished us with the net. Yeah. But Team Liquid trade out well. Patty doesn't even try to save.
He's been snatched away down to a 3v3 into their say that with no confidence.
Serial's ultimate, I think actually maybe a shift of focus here. Camo.
He's been caught.
Again, the problem being there's so many things to separate the front line of Liquid from the rest of the pack. So you've got to be so cautious. Some of these more aggressive rounds.
This is tough for him. As much as Yampy is nearby, this is still kind of in Magnum's hands. And he's been, I mean, he has been really marvelous.
When is the roof giveaway? What the fuck are you talking about?
The amount of guns firing, it's going to keep Yampy here. Damaged up, that's huge from Kiko. That could be the goer, but
It's on the attack to prove they can beat the normal way of playing the comp, and if they can't beat BBL, just keep on doing the same stuff basically. Yeah, it's on Team Liquid to see like can they punish the holes in BBL's comp. Like it's not easy to do, but if they do the right things, then they should win. And BBL are playing this comp partly because Team Liquid are very good on this map, so why not throw something out there that requires them to rethink how they play this map completely?
Nothing's a given at this point. Serial and Patatek, we saw what they did before, and are they doing it again? Sociable will find Serial. Is this all down to Patatek? Very hard angles to clear.
There's a roof giveaway. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
With finally Divide being invested, it's off rip. So maybe sell something or put something in motion towards mid.
This puts Magnum on red alert, right? Like he's got to know there's a chance they've walked mid. He's depending on that util to give it away if they do come up.
This has constantly been a problem though.
It absolutely has, and with the support from Yampy, he's been generally very good on that second layer, but Magnum are once again surrounded. He's in a really tough spot here. How much can one man do? He has been...
Oh my god. And Magnum still gets one as well. Kiko's movement here looks good. Didn't that Satchel look kind of clean here? That little movement there looks kind of clean. Okay. I mean, this is Jova. So the TLDR for me is that Team Liquid got a bit slightly unlucky in big rounds to lose members, played slightly too aggressively, and then they got a bit lost in the sauce trying to buy the operator, and generally looked a bit frazzled. Didn't seem to have like a consistent idea of what they were trying to do against the comp.
And I think we don't need to stress the importance.
Can you see the trip if it's on the wall or top when you're below? No, but you can pre-fire it.
Team Liquid picking up this pistol.
How to enter the giveaway.
Starts with this. And they were good on that one with them.
Yeah, so Team Liquid doing... I think they did this pistol before, where they just flood. Nade comes in, flood out. I remember watching this. Sage slow on the rafters to stop the flood with the aftershock here. Nice counter from BBL. Like you can see at the top there, like that slow. That's a Fnatic slow, I think. I think that's a Boaster special, I think. Because when it lands, like specifically, like here, it floods all the way around. Or it might just be a random one from 2021. I just remember it takes everything out here.
Okay, Yampy's on 36. Magnum 42.
How do you feel about
And that
it's slightly I don't think it's bugged, but it definitely spreads more than you'd suspect. Like it's not like a bug where you pause the game or something.
That's why they were so encouraged to follow Patatech now. He is it, and it's probably not what you want to
It
do
always
here.
spreads the same. Oh, okay. You can tell that I don't know how to do lineups, and I've never actually done a lineup in my life, but
All-consuming, layer after layer, standing there with a grin. BBL, they
how do I feel about Deadlock
so well here.
on this map?
Stress it enough.
I think it's a fine map for Deadlock. I'm generally not a big fan of Deadlock. I do think that BBL playing it in this match makes a lot of sense in terms of throwing off Team Liquid, if that makes sense. Team Liquid are a very good split team. If BBL tried to just play a normal game against Team Liquid, they are probably gonna lose. They got a bigger chance of winning if they throw them off or something.
I mean, potentially going to be blown out of a map. They forced up here, right? You're about to get absolutely smacked about in map 2, and then you got Fracture coming up.
Doesn't it only work because they know they're gonna start defense? No. No.
Puts all that pressure back onto their shoulders, but for now,
I mean, I disagree with that. Like, I think it's defense sided, but I think as long as you can string some rounds together on attack, you can go into defense and just as long as you've got the mental like the how do I explain it? The awareness that the composition is fine to lose on attack,
brilliant from Kiko.
like, and go into the defense knowing that you can just farm a defense. You should be fine. Like, a lot of the reasons why you want to start on one side is purely psychological, right? But as long as you have players and leadership that understands that, and you can just, like,
Camo.
reassure yourselves that you're not going to lose just because you lost your attack side,
Nice.
then you should be fine.
Well, they could do with a couple of these. This is, you know, this is small steps on a long.
I think that's something we were probably pretty good at in Fnatic, is, like, you know,
Not across the line yet. BBL still with 3
knowing
players
the
looking
win
for a
conditions
play
and then
advantage.
being able to
Might
just
be on a solo adventure.
hopium ourselves back into winning the game.
Like this. Again, you got
Obviously, a little bit different when you know you've just lost the side that you really should have won, but
It's time to try and force towards that A site, but time, it's 13 seconds. Camo on the pre-fire is perfect. Yeah, this should be okay. It is. Nats then making the spike.
so Team Liquid force ball up. Sorry,
Pressure back onto their
1-3-1. Big kill from Kiko.
Rightfully, I want to give Liquid any room to breathe.
Okay,
They could do with a couple of these. This is, you know, this
I don't know what that wall is.
Well, they could take, and they're certainly not across the line yet. BBL still with 3.
Yampi makes a little bit of a fake,
Play to punish
and
it.
then BBL walk into CT.
Wrapping through spawn, I like this.
Nice little, like, 3v5. They have to do something weird.
Missed that opportunity. 11 couldn't quite find the shot he wanted,
What
so
the fuck
it's
is
time
Nats
for a
doing? Okay,
push
Nats
to
is
that
cool.
A site, but time.
What is Cam?
13 seconds. Cam
What?
on the
Okay.
pre-fire is perfect. Yeah, this should be okay.
Okay.
All day.
Little tuck into a position, do some damage late on.
Just some big individual kills.
See how BBL can shrug that off. And here with just the one sheriff in the hands of Levin.
Obscuring vision.
Not the scenario you want to see a Guardian, actually. Pretty committed up close.
He doesn't really have a way out of here. He's just hoping that, yeah, okay, supporting utility buys him some security. Sociable has slipped through a little.
Fod likes to start an attack to impose the rhythm of the match.
How much is gonna get from this? Maybe some good info.
Yeah,
Serial stuck around here, even in all that stall with the smoke still up.
I think Boaster sometimes likes to start on the weaker side
Just kind of walking the map, getting a feel of it.
because there's less pressure on winning rounds on the weaker side. And then once we're into the game, we can build up momentum onto the stronger side.
Find their third. And really for them, you want to see them hold on to every single one of these weapons. Buffer.
I don't really care either way. I think starting defense could be rough because the economy in the game can make you feel awful. Like, if you go like 3-0 down, you're fucked sometimes.
Just Magnum left, classic in hand, 76 HP. I was gonna say no more than that, but
And then there is something to say about the idea that, like, if you lose your defense and then you go to attack and then you do that to the opponent, they suddenly start panicking.
Mistakes. That's the simplicity of it, right? 11 rounds
Haven?
has been scored. That is
I think our defensive Haven was just generally very good when we used to play Haven.
We know that Liquid can be capable. That first half was probably a fright. It was a brutal wake up.
Ascent was just because we sucked on defense.
Good step.
So we would just start attack and try and make the opponent panic.
That sentence went.
Liquid do have Camo's ult here. Yampi's got his, and they've been generally
Okay.
spot on. They should have won them the sights as Levin
Will we use to stop the flood onto
reacted
ramp?
to it all.
Breach ult in.
Also now
2 triggers. Like, what does this do?
approaching freely.
I guess this is for when they come back down here.
Nice
I,
early as well, inside the smoke.
but I presume Magnum needs to get out of this spot now, right?
Good luck.
Wait, shouldn't he have one here? Wouldn't it be better here? No?
Out of this for the time being. Camo's ultimate available, but nothing else here. But tons of
Magnum
utility
looks
at their
very
disposal.
scared. Oh, okay. They got past the wall. He doesn't realize that the wall's bad.
Tons of utility at their disposal.
They put so much pressure though on Liquid to keep this.
I would say that Magnum's probably best off putting the trap here and then playing back here. And then maybe putting even 2 traps here. And just watching the flank. And then swinging off timing.
Faultless, and it is good. That's a great start. Take away
Especially against this Viper wall, to be fair. Because like he's playing here so that he can get the line onto CT. But it's going to be blocked most of the time.
back line. Now Prophet up
Oh, that's a nice split from Nats.
under pressure. Gets cleared. Nats doing well. Strong
That's a good retake from Team Liquid.
looking stunning.
The other thing I'm a bit concerned about is that I think BBL here, if I'm them, I would just go put the sensors properly deep CT. I think. But maybe they're not so good. I don't know.
At their disposal.
They put so much pressure though on Liquid to keep this faultless, and it is good. That's a great start. Take away Magnum. That's the back line. Now Prophet up next. King down 5.
A gap here, that's reinforcing.
That's unlucky.
Yeah, a gap here, that's
That's what it was.
didn't catch that.
No.
That's why Magnum's just not expecting this
yeah.
at all.
Wow.
One enemy.
Nothing Magnum, you left the gap by the window.
He's Liquid, but in. Watch that clean. It does.
There, stop a potential. Yeah, a bulldog. Nats does have the pip.
No escape.
I mean, same kind of opportunities around Sociable and Magnum on the attack, yes, but
Yeah, Magnum is holding the flank because the trips don't... Like, if you walk, you can walk past the trips, right?
benefit BBL too much.
The trips are best used in, like, places like... It's not the best example, but, like, if you put the trip here, they can't slow walk past this trip because you can just shoot them. Like, they're gonna need to, like... They need to, like, kind of run, if that makes sense. You want to put them in positions where it's unsafe for the opponent to walk,
Simple
if that
stuff
makes
here.
sense.
These are good signs for Liquid. Very good signs. Leading from the front. Good.
Certainly stalling out in some of these rounds doesn't really benefit BBL too much.
Oh,
Prophet looking
Prophet,
readable.
Yeah, noted previous.
Very by
Some BBL with the side.
okay, BBL back to this A hit.
Screen pace.
They do have Deadlock ult, so I presume they do something with the Deadlock ult.
looks like it's very much all in.
Sage slow on the rafters.
BBL fancying their go up towards ramp. We saw that being the destination for Liquid. Mostly the final destination didn't go too well, but we got Nats.
The final destination, hashtag ad.
Already gonna be Patatek holding that line. Beautifully well, but we got Nats and we got Patatek
Why didn't we just Deadlock ult through this? Or wait for the Viper wall?
now holding it down.
Why are we trying to push through a Viper wall?
That line, beautifully set into motion by Nats' utility. Sociable trying to find anyone, but he's not being gifted much here. Liquid all too aware. And they
Either they're happy to now just rely on the numbers, or maybe ahead of some of these cooldowns, potentially in the retake. It's ultimate to rely on as well.
I heard there was a giveaway for a roof. Hello, roof giveaway.
need a pick though, it feels
Yeah,
like,
they do.
right?
They do.
I unfortunately need my roof,
Disciplined, which I love.
so
It's
I
something
don't
like
know
a
what
really
roof
good
we're referring
pick
to,
here, you know, an untradeable kill. That's
but
great.
I do need
Now
my
stacking
roof.
up to- oh my god, Sociable. Oh, in reality, this has slowed the roll. It wasn't a clean enough pick. Still 4 players against the 2. Can Prophet
Final Destination to me, I've never seen it. I don't think I'd really be scared watching it though. I don't like jump scares is the only thing. I really hate jump scares.
I mean, the dicey moment here where Sociable drifts through.
And I imagine Final Destination's got a bunch of cheap jump scares.
This looks like, look, just throw it at the wall until it sticks and hope for the best, but the gap is closing. Panatek gonna call in for support. We've seen that him and
Sage Slow's good.
together really well. Lovely synergy. They can't disrespect this Viper util they've been trying before. And once again, rinse and repeat this time. Sociable
This time they don't just run through, they actually throw you to...
does not want to allow access here at all. Magnum on the res, back up on his feet, but barely. Pops in the ult, doesn't get what he wants. It's getting
And that nice TP from Profak.
does not want to allow access here at all. Magnum on the res, back up on his feet, but barely. Pops in the ult, doesn't
The ult doesn't get anything again?
get
Okay, 12-7.
Now on 12.
God, right on that
Straight X6 from BBL. Ray's ult now. The ult's just cycling for them.
final ticket.
I'm surprised they net that early.
You want to see them brought to their limits, but BBL, that was a break in what was
That's
the
a
monotony
nice
almost of
movement.
Liquid, just round by round, polishing. And Serial couldn't land it in time. Never gets
Yeah,
on
too
the
easy.
nuts.
Way too easy.
BBL on the verge, doing the damage.
Cool.
Panatek last one alive. That run back might just be crushed. Thinkable. As he faces his fate.
Okay, okay. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to think about that. I'd have to watch it more to like really understand what was going on, but I think Team Liquid messed up a little bit. Does anyone like jump scares? I mean, there's a reason why people watch there's a reason why people watch those films. I love roller coasters though. I really love roller coasters. I just hate jump scares. Why is there a file called mini what mini doing? Mini what mini doing? I don't see that file. Anyway, shall we watch last map? Should we watch last map? You passed it on the left. One sec. Let me see what it is. Let me see what it is. Oh, it's that thing. It's the vibes one. It's the tweet from the vibes. I'm getting blamed for the terrible vibes that we had in our team. Our vibes were fine. It's just they're not as good as what they are now. I don't know why you're not followed. I don't know either. That sounds like you should be following. One sec. Did you see the NA drama? Yes, it's not. It's not. Illegal match fixing to me is not drama. It's like pretty serious. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to deal with those situations where it's like, I want to laugh, but I also want to cry, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
BBL flipping another map 2 in a series, and now
Laugh in the sense that like I wouldn't. Like, there's not a chance in France I'd be caught even close to doing something like that.
repeating itself as well with a lot loss on
and like just find it hilarious that
stretch for BBL, so close.
people will sell their souls for shit like that.
Has gone for them.
God, and hope is such a dangerous thing. isn't it?
We're labeling crimes as drama. Yeah, yeah. It's almost like, yeah. it's, it's almost like if I murdered Boaster, America would be like, oh, look at that drama in EMEA. You see that drama with Minnie and Boaster?
It feels almost real. Map 1 kind of slipping away from them. That's fine. Map 2 reigniting that possibility, and for Liquid, it feels.
But then I somehow find myself coaching still afterwards as well, of course, because it's esports. Like, like I then go coach Fnatic afterwards or something. Like,
Fighting throughout. We go into this BBL on the defending side, Liquid on the attack, and it is a.
what's going on there?
We go into this BBL on the defending side, Liquid on the attack.
What is wrong with this VOD?
Levin instantly takes away Nats. Pacey start. Levin instantly takes away Nats.
I like this from BBL, understanding that the device is a little bit weaker on this south side. Pushing out is a good idea against the Vice. So I like this this around idea. I presume that's why they're doing it. Team Liquid do a lot of arcade defaulting from what I remember. But Levin is... preparation, like usually Kiko's not there with Nats when they do this kind of thing, I don't think. So that might have just caught them off. Some Team Liquid have done a very good recovery. I think that... Okay. I think if... Like, I know Yampi's watching, but I think what they should be doing here is committing and then letting these players become the CT players again, if that makes sense. Like, that's the kind of protocol I think we would do. It's like, instead of trying to get back on to hold, just commit to the south side and then let these players go take CT again. And maybe even you can join, but you just stay. Could go underground, probably just stay stairs. And there's just a bit of disconnect between Yampi and Levin here. Oh wait, Levin's being stupid. Levin knows that Brim's just killed him. Maybe this is just a LAN sound thing. Like, they know that Kiko's killed this guy, so he's here. But Levin seems to be unaware, which is a bit confusing. I think he just didn't know. I think the sound fucked him there.
I mean, a very confident round 2 buy here from Liquid. Sheriff in hand for Levin once again. Certainly want to see this kept clean.
Tricky one for Magnum here, I think. Liquid making one thus far. Right, you're going to hear that door open. We obviously know where these players reside. Magnum seemingly unaware so far, actually, as he's actually still in the camp.
I believe, yeah, just hopped out now. The Molly landed, actually.
He's a lucky boy. Seemingly.
Yeah, landed
for Liquid.
That's first up here. Most pretty thankful. Somebody with utility on those, which is the big.
His hands. Begins. Can Liquid continue this?
Yeah, arcade default is mostly what we're gonna see. So smoke, drone.
Second map. It didn't feel good, obviously. Mechanical as they can be, they are humans. I promise you. Levin is instantly going to be suppressed. Big
And then
could be
scale up into that smoke and burst.
for someone like Camo, but a lovely reposition.
Levin just gets awkward with it.
Between the smokes and all the util, stunning work from him. Now they've got the first blood drawn, but Liquid have.
I thought that in these instances, like when they see this smoke, that we just see a drone through a main. I think against this, like I think that BBL starts struggling against this. I would always be ready to Southside crunch with 5 people. Or at least drone out A main and try to catch Nats and have the south side. Because if they're using Brim Smoke and Teo drone, I guess they could Brim Smoke from here. But most of the time, I think we're going to see Team Liquid have lots of numbers up here. So yeah, once again, I think my counter would be push out here. Or at least push out A main with the drone. We drone out north side, but then we don't do anything with it. Because like we could also... This is also open completely. This is something I've not thought about. I've not had this protocol for a while. Like if the Vice is south side using this wall, droning out here and flanking this way is actually strong. But instead, BBL go for like a flood idea, which isn't the worst in a 5v4, but it's not the most consistent way, I don't think.
Serial was just drifting around side. I don't know if he just got caught there and unable to reposition to the post, but now Kiko gonna have to really dominate this cross, but have to turn the flag.
Okay, nice from BBL.
It's lovely. Nats can only do something to the headshot one. I'm waiting to see if it, slap on the map too and towards that A main side.
So once again, you see it again. So right now, I would be droning out here, pushing out, or at least have set up the round to fuck the south side up, or play heavier towards dish. And then just walk out dish. Knowing that the Vice wall is likely on the south side right now. No, I'm not going to watch party. I'm quite liking just doing the VOD reviews. And then let you all go watch Sliggy when Sliggy goes online.
Magnum waiting for anyone to be outlined, right? Is there anyone willing to fall for this? And they have again taken sight here. And it feels like it's almost a willing succession. Yeah. And there's a good bit of chip unconfirmed towards Camo, but you can see the rest of the map being wrapped on now.
I prefer to do it this way partly because it also allows me to do things that I enjoy. Like co-streaming's fine, and I enjoy watching it in the moment, but the reason I love Valorant is to be able to like break it down a bit more. And able to like really see what teams are doing well or not doing well. And you got time to explain things out, you know? Whereas like in the moment during a co-stream, it's really difficult to like explain out some of the deeper ideas. But do you watch it live? No, I'm talking about not watching it live. Anti-eco again. Team Liquid's anti-eco is just going 5A. I don't hate it. It's true, I'm busy giving away roofs. Roofs? Roofs? Roofs.
Prove a little bit more fruitful, not to be. So Liquid going through the motions. They've got the right read on this. They're doing exactly as they'd like. Eco, nice little position. Might get spotted out by the drone. See Camo just spraying.
And then I'll probably play some ranked again later. After EMEA is done, I'll probably play some more ranked. I've been enjoying playing some ranked.
And it looks like Liquid are keeping it clean. This is good for them. This is something they probably
Yeah, also I avoid tech pauses.
Step by step.
Unironically avoiding tech pauses.
And that's wants to punish a bit.
And I also don't have to like I can just skip ahead in all these moments, you know. Right, fast A main now for Team Liquid. So now it looks like a very curious adaptation from BBL. I feel like that guy from Harry Potter, the guy who gives out the wand, he keeps saying curious, but I do like that word. Buying the operator here, when we know that Team Liquid have abused arcade the entire game, I don't really know how we expect to get... Yeah, Ollivander. Yeah. I don't know how we expect to get value from the operator when we know that Team Liquid are very likely to just hit arcade again. Like, we could slowly flank, I guess, with the op, but it's not the best idea. I was hoping they'd actually just start going for this, and then just be surprised by the fact that Team Liquid changed pace and are just hitting A. So yeah. I guess a nice pace change from Team Liquid. Oh, they're doing the Salvo's stun idea into Heaven. So like here they got the salvos and the aftershock coming in, which is like a free kill on anyone stood there, I think.
Change here for Liquid. Again, it's a 3-player stack up towards drop.
Nice little push into CT from Camo. And a nice, like, because this all clear up here, like this idea here. Very nice.
So his focus really shifts towards CT.
That's optimistic though. That's not a good ult. Kiko should not be ulting that. We're a bit obsessed now. You can see like BB, like Team Liquid are a bit obsessed here. Just go plant and win. Hold, please. To the point where I think BBL start rotating, thinking that Team Liquid are trying to go through CT.
Catch him in the drone here, yeah.
Yeah. So Team Liquid resetting nicely.
A clean open plant here. Serial's ultimate.
I love the amount of pressure they're putting here, but it's not that necessary. Ropes taken too.
Considering the amount of players up towards that rafter side, might have a shot at it, but
I think the ropes are taken because of this plant, right? This plant could be seen from here, and Brim Molly could be used from like here probably to stop the plant, stop the diffuser.
Well, they would have heard that rope as well.
yeah, patience paying off there for Magnum and Co. Gonna force them forward, and Kiko makes his appearance. Very
Kiko gets spotted.
Dish, Camo.
He can just wait.
Liquid winning every fight.
Yeah.
It's dream.
Interesting ideas from Team Liquid though.
Would collect and it. And it comes.
So credit where it's due here. I think we're off coming in.
Same kind of concept again from Team Liquid.
Levin might be in a hole.
Another fast A main.
He is. This
Anti-eco, they love doing that A main thing. Okay, so they win this round. And now I'm wondering, do Team Liquid go back to their bread and butter?
already looking much different. A lot more
Yes, they do.
a very different look in terms
They go back to it, but it looks like they're going to go for a fast variation. When you see this Molly coming in for Heaven, I expect them to go a bit quicker now. And
meeting now.
BBL haven't solved
All the
this
pressure
problem
really
yet.
comes onto BBL. Yes, you had a close
They do have ults though.
Should have won it in two if you wanted an easier affair. You wanted it in the distance, now you gotta go. Levin, lovely, good for one, good trade.
Okay, good trades from
Takes it
Profak.
further away. Forced down to respect off the back of the ult, but it puts it on Nats and Kiko. This is one of those classic maps for the likes of Nats.
Really?
And for Kiko on an absolute
Okay.
eater, but Profek denied.
Okay, cool. I don't think BBL had the best solution there. Now they're going to go for a solution where they use tail ult.
Flip side.
My God.
BBL everything except the.
I want to see what their solution is when they don't have big
Oh
ults.
my good God, time to scramble. Serial can't get out in time. He should be dead. I think he is. He gets away for only a second. It was all covered up here. A set piece to set them in motion, but the response might be coming in. But layers to this. Nat's gonna
I remember watching this round. Nats gets 2 kills on the stairs, and then BBL just fight their way out of this.
We're down to a 2v2. The Nats just slowly creeping up. They don't.
Sociable.
They really should do. They certainly do now. Oh, up on top of the box.
It's a crazy round from Sociable.
From the game.
Despite their tail ult being used, again, I don't really understand. I don't understand the buy. Like, this is the problem right now. How do we solve Team Liquid's arcade? I don't see an adjustment here. To me, again, push the south side, punish Nats, or get a push out of Dish and flank.
Passed across to Levin.
They don't go again, do they?
Why did they play on a previous patch? Because teams don't have time to practice new things if you make them play on the new patches, if that makes sense. So there's a little bit of a staggering that happens sometimes.
It certainly isn't. Nats breaks in, but oh, what a banger of a shot! Profek! Stunning 3 kills from him.
I mean, I guess the solution is Prophet runs through and kills them all.
To try and stay alive here. Kiko, does he get locked on the site?
Well, he's got his ult, so you almost want him.
How do I feel about Jet on the map in general? I don't think Jet is very good on this map.
Yeah, not feeling.
But Levin is just comfortable playing Jet.
Maintain some sort of crossfire here on site, but
I think Raze is the best on this map, personally.
He takes him away. Patek fighting with him. Oh, in perfect unison. It doesn't matter.
beautiful recovery currently. Patience pays off for Nats, but this was Liquid desperately swinging on.
Neon also has value. Euro also has value.
Nats trying to keep control. We know the stakes.
I need to watch G2's Waylay, because I didn't think Waylay would be good on this map, but if G2 are playing it, there's a reason why. But then they did struggle with it, so.
BBL do have the numbers here. Generally, we've been seeing this stack on this side. Gonna catch Sociable early.
We're playing a little deeper to avoid, maybe mitigate some of that risk early on, but I believe Yampi actually...
Waylay's kind of similar with Jet on this map. Waylay's just in my opinion, just a better version of Jet. Like, to me, one of the key things that Waylay would be really good at, especially on like the way the meta's developing on B, is that if you're able to dive in like deep and then see whether they are playing, whether the defense is playing heavy here or playing offsite, you can inform your utility a little bit better, maybe. So like, that could be interesting. Also on defense, a lot of the time you want to be like pushing out of space, like down here. You could push out like around here and stuff. And having the refract could be quite nice for some of those ideas. Also just on flood retakes too. Like the way they could end up becoming like a flooder. Like refracting and then just running in, a bit like Prophet just did. And then if you get into trouble at all, just refract back out. So I think there's ideas there that I'm curious about. Again, Ollivander. And I will watch G2 play it and see what they had cooked up. Obviously, it didn't work, but you know, Waylay Icebox. I think that Waylay Icebox should be good. The smokes, the jet smokes are underrated. To be fair, the jet smokes are underrated on Icebox. But I think Waylay doesn't need the smokes.
Nats feeling like the Grim Reaper, slow and inevitable. Approaching. Levin forced away again.
I don't know if she'd be my favorite pick. And I'm in that weird spot where like I'm really curious about it, but I'm also don't want to hurt my brain thinking about it too much. Like I like the fact that right now that I'm in a position where I can just let teams play stuff and I can kind of think about stuff. And I don't have to do the work of a coach anymore where I have to really work it all out. Like I'm happy with my level of knowledge, if that makes sense. I almost like the fact that I can get excited by watching teams play rather than knowing how I would play it fully. And then be annoyed that they're not playing it the way I would, if that makes sense. But I think I know enough about Waylay to know that like there's a lot of people playing it wrong. So at least I have that, you know. So at least I do have standards about it. Okay, so Fake from Team Liquid using the same util and then Vice ult here, allowing Team Liquid to come this way. The only thing I'd say is that I would be a bit scared if BBL showed this at all, because they should win the round if they do this right now. I think they're going to catch a player and then they have a main, and Team Liquid wouldn't have a main. They'd only have like this space. But Team Liquid should get away with this.
Two more players for BBL repositioning.
They've fallen for a hook, line, and sinker, haven't they? Now, there is util here, so...
They've got to go fast, yeah, now on the back of the trip.
But the salvo's got used, so they do get the red carpet, right? Nothing can really deny. The spike isn't committed yet, that's with Padatech. Now it is.
Why are Team Liquid not getting into a main? We need to get into a main, guys.
Sociable isn't finding a target, close but no cigar.
Well, Kiko and Serial have their own...
Look how scared they are. Go, 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 go.
So if they can run the clock down a little bit, BBL are...
And now Camo's completely isolated. Oh, Kiko's just playing for ult, and now Camo is being sold. It's a very awkward post-plant position because they don't have control of A main. They have salvos for this, and they've got a Brim ult. This is useless. To me, if I was Nats, I would have taken the ropes a long time ago to make sure that I can come and help A main.
Yeah, you got to fight the back line. That has to be a priority. And Camo did his best, but Magnum comes out
Oh,
on top of
but
that.
Kiko's used his ult not for spike. And Serial's used his ult not for spike. Guys, just use your ult for the spike, surely. We have Teo ult too, I didn't realize.
That has to be a priority. And Camo did his best, but Magnum comes out on top in that. A little surprising. The force forward to 5.
Okay, luckily Kiko just kills him.
To collect. Serial there as well. And the numbers did so well for them until Magnum is still on a charge here. Looks like doesn't spot the player, doesn't.
Okay, fine in the end, but I think that Team Liquid fucked up there.
Way better to pick. Team 1. Very good.
Prime Crash is a Prime Shao. Ooh, that's rough. When was Prime Crashes? Isn't Crashes playing his prime? Isn't Crashes playing better now than even he used to? If that makes sense.
Tell Aztec's words took effect here, locked in for the decider.
Prime yeah, or Prime Demon 1? Prime yeah. Prime yeah. Demon 1 had a prime performance at Champs, but I don't think he was quite as good at the other tournaments. Whereas Ye was phenomenal for a whole year. Like, unbelievable for a whole year.
And no secrets about the approaching distance now. And no secrets about the approach here. And actually, nice like Kiko.
Nice little idea with the jet.
Trying to play this out as long as he can, kind of over towards Canteen.
How was Prime Ye in scrims? We only played against Optic once in a scrim, and we were shitting on them real bad on Ascent. And then we made a joke about like we made a joke about like El Diablo or something, because like I think Derek got like a 5k or something, and we made a little funny joke about El Diablo, and then the EA just ran at us the next round and killed us all. I think we had like an ace or something. I don't think they were ever very good in scrims, I'm not gonna lie. I think they really relied on like having specific preparation.
He does eventually get traded on by Levin. BBL making this difficult. I mean, they made that incredibly hard to find fair fights on. Everyone operating together.
This would have been Berlin 2021, I guess. The only tournament we didn't qualify for when I was head coach. Because it was the only time I remember playing against global teams in Europe. What map should you play Deadlock on? Are you playing ranked or pro play? Or are you playing team play? Okay, Liquid doing their cheeky. They're trying to get away with their cheeky Wu Salvo idea for their eco.
Let's have a look. Here. But the plant not going to be placed for it. So smart work already from BBL, knowing what they're up to.
Lauren recognizing that. My go.
So BBL clearly have already been in the past.
Okay, now proper gun rounds. I'll answer questions after this map. Okay, we're almost done with the VOD. I'll answer some questions and then I'll let you go.
Yeah, they can't let it linger now though. Have to keep that momentum up. Can BBL really close this scoreline? I love the idea of it. Make Liquid work for this if they want it. BBL.
3 south, 2 north. Conditioning heaven. We drone out north side to see what's going on. And we're a bit confused because there's a breach north side. Magnum's hard scaling ramp.
Make Liquid work for this if they want it. BBL. Tenacious in approach for sure.
Instantly baiting at the wall. This is nice from Magnum. Using the cage to bait the wall out. It's beautiful.
Bloody hell though, look at the floor, it's so hard to find any comfort.
I'm a little bit concerned that Levin's literally if I was to pause now, look at where 11 is compared to the rest of the team. Like, I think that we should be prioritized. Like, I think it's a criminal that we don't prioritize tower anymore on XX. Because now it gives, like, Nats all this free space to, like, play in. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned with this XX. Like, we're now going up tower. Like, in an ideal situation, we have tower, then we come out here and here at the same time. So we just have a triangle of fucking just, you know, of destruction. A triangle of destruction. A Dorito of destruction. I do like some of the faster plays here. But I usually like them when they come through tower at the same time, to be honest. But I could be wrong. Maybe the meta's changed. Magnum? Magnum a great trading. Why am I not doing live watch parties? I've just explained. Before I prefer doing VOD reviews because I can actually like sit down and watch them properly. And it digests the information. And I don't have to be an entertainer. You know what I mean? I don't have to pretend to, you know, be excited. Also, my viewership was like 3 times worse when I did co-streaming. Like, for some reason, like, I think that my viewership's going up quite a lot recently, which is kind of cool. Like, this is the most amount of viewers I would usually, like, that I've got, naturally. Like, I would get, when Bangkok was on, I had 100 viewers. Whereas right now, I'm doing some VOD reviews, and I'm getting, like, 750. Maybe it's PaperX buff, maybe it's plat chat, maybe it's a mixture of everything. I talk about viewership and it goes down. Yeah. I know that Josh, like, Sideshow raided me the other day, so that probably helps. But even before yesterday, I had 500 viewers watching me play ranked yesterday, which is crazy. Like, I'm, you know, maybe I should test some co-streams to see, like, if there is demand for it. But right now, I like doing VOD reviews. If I can build enough viewership up that my co-streams get numbers, then, like, I would potentially look at co-streaming.
They can find stability, maybe. Being held from double digits for now. BBL eyeing up
More plat chat showings and the viewership will grow. I mean, I told Kurt that, like, I'm gonna be available for the next couple of months. And then yeah. I want to play some more ranked, so I was asking Sideshow and Sliggy if they were around for ranks, you know. I haven't moved to streaming. I've moved to everything. I'm doing a lot of different things. So yeah, sorry, I missed this rank completely. Yapping. Oh, dish exec. You guys know what I think about a dish exec. Not a big fan of this one. So for those that missed my lecture on dish execs, we only get this space to work with now, and some teams would then try and push CT. But what ends up happening is that you really need to get back A main control. But the problem is that the defense should have 1 or 2 players just like ready to fight them coming in. And it's kind of advantageous for the defense here. Like, you're basically creating a circle on yourself by coming at dish. Like, because there should be defense here, here, here. And then also you could also have defense kind of flanking too. So you just create a circle around yourself. It's kind of awkward. So I want to see what do BBL do to quickly take space after. So you see Levin's instantly going into A main. He is by himself. He's got a player here now. So I mean, like even Camo by himself is getting a kill.
Levin will fall, but Magnum.
This is a mistake though from Team Liquid. I think that they shouldn't be coming here. This should be coming out down here and retaking A main space. I don't really know what they want from Dish. It's a really awkward place to retake from. The only thing I could sense is that maybe they know that BBL have post plant player up here and need to flush him out. So maybe that is good from Team Liquid. But to me a bit strange. Oh, ult? What is it with these teams and ulting before tap?
Magnum trying to hold that line. Serial hasn't re-glanced at that. That feels a little bit unconsidered.
Huh?
Yampy, that barrel might show as Nat seems very aware. Apparently not. Swings it, Yampy wins it and finds security. That should be the slam dunk, right?
Yeah, online for Yampy here.
They're backing away.
Yeah.
They know it.
Teo and breach shot, yeah.
There's really enough for the smoke. Further consideration, but Camo has no get out of jail free card there. Well, not even free. He has no way to get
BBL did a good job of making that awkward. I don't love the Dish XX, but
Good lord.
oh my god.
Kiko though opens up the account. Nice work instantaneously, but still you can see the pressure on him, but no availability to trade back in. Panitek tries to make a quick escape, but I think Kiko's screwed. Yeah, a lot of util.
Magnum's done a very good job from this position so far.
Working up slowly, and he's gonna get the reaction of two here, trying to get the better angle on him, but forced to respect here. They felt a lot of
Oh.
presence, and Liquid are hunting.
What?
Be careful here. Magnum will fall. Yampy is the one with this. Gotta be BBL almost in here.
Oh no. This is why Team Liquid win.
Prophet's not watching anything from drop.
God, look at this. Yampy gets down with Liquid, pulling it together. Desperately trying to cling on to this one.
The only thing that doesn't work with that one, Deluxe, BBL making it more awkward than a family Christmas, is that I would consider the fact that BBL, I don't know why, because it's mostly a Turkish fan base, I'd probably avoid that one for BBL specifically. I'd definitely use it for like... There's a lot of Europeans that don't celebrate Christmas too, to be fair. Maybe Team Liquid would be a good team to use it for. French team would be good, actually. I think the French are fine with Christmas, aren't they? Bro, I ain't using one of those lines, let's be real. I'm not one of those lines persons. Lines people? Lines people? I'm not a lines person. Not a linesman. I'm no linesman. Oh no. I think in this moment, so smokes went down here, and so Kiko resmokes here. I think Kiko should have resmoked like something for Yampy on the site probably. He's also planting not in a safe spot. I'd almost want to smoke just Yampy off himself, and then he could just play around the smoke. Kiko, Profek, sorry, Profek. This is what I keep, guys, like, it's because Yampy is the person planting, right? When I see Yampy, I think of Team Liquid every single time. So when I think of Team Liquid, I'm like, okay, this is Kiko.
But sociable, unaccounted for. This could be everything for him. He's not even waiting for it. He takes away Nat. Oh, but he can't.
Huge. And it's only 2 rounds, but it feels like a massive swing back. Yeah.
God, Serial. Wow.
4 on the round for it.
Standing up on Camo wants to be to pressure. Still a buy for BBL. And it's pacey from the very get-go. Camo wants to be an instigator, but he hasn't checked behind him. He's been traded. 1 for 1 on that one. Does take away.
Try and get something done from drop. draw some of the attention, but only Patstek here. Don't expect him to be stepping ahead of this smoke. To wait things out here, Kiko.
Thank you, Sim.
His ultimate. Only one smoke, but still has the molly.
First message. People are gonna be flaming that one for the first message, but I appreciate it.
Liquid forced to respect this. Plants in. BBL set the timer now. Make it back in time. Zero can
Paid chatter moment.
into play, but it's actually Nats to find Yampi almost instantaneously. Under a lot of pressure. Profect's fallen, and he misses the knives. Magnum can't stand the pressure. Team Liquid is make it back in time. Zero can set those into play, but it's actually Nats to find Yampi almost instantaneously. This puts Levin under a lot of pressure.
Why?
Profect's fallen. So close by. Liquid forced to respect
Planting in this corner is very dangerous
this.
against this comp.
Plants in. BBL set the
Okay, but they're
timer.
fine. Staying in this corner is very dangerous. Yampi walks out and dies.
Play, but it's actually
Why? Okay.
Out here, Kiko.
This position here, we have Dish, we have A-Main, and we have Sands. I think from this position, we should have enough in post. Like, we want to control, like, a bit of this now, right? But what ends up happening is,
forced to respect
look at the way... We don't have this anymore, we don't have this anymore. And then we end up with 3 here. It just feels like a very awkward post plant for for BBL. Like, we want people, like, in these spots, you know? In this post, in my opinion. But instead we have 3 on his side. And the Yampi gets picked off being aggressive. And then Prophet solo. So too easy for Team Liquid there.
into game, not easy. But God, used to be a early county, not intent. No talk, just having a
Confident.
3. You can see on felt like when the
Set up here. Once again, they proactively try and clear towards RK Camo. Stunned up, but still closing the gap.
yeah, they're just gonna push. They're gonna just take a fight.
Nice change of pace from Team Liquid. That's the kind of round you throw in. Like,
So sociable and
the
Magnum
kind of round you throw in after a round like that.
Herculean task and Camo wants to take
Yeah.
Toronto.
GG.
Can he do it with an ace? With 30 HP.
Does he get the ace?
Check every corner, every angle, and Camo. It looks like
There's been a lot of aces, I feel like we've seen. Am I doing a watch party? No, I'm not. I'm gonna raid Patman, I think. I'm done with VOD review. I'll be back later and play some ranked, but I'm not gonna co-stream. Yeah. Second or Aspas? Aspas. Right. Unless is Zakun having like form of his life or something? Like, what's going on? Why do people? I mean, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. This is disgusting. It's also on an agent that's like more impactful. So maybe at the moment Zakun's doing better. Like, he's got more stats on an agent that's harder and more useful. So Zekun, I guess. What map should I play Deadlock on? This is for ranked. There was a tourney for console today for VAR that I was planning on competing, but play Deadlock on whatever maps you want. Like, unironically. It's pretty strong in ranked on most maps, I think. So just whatever you want to play on. What do you think the map for will be today? It's a best of 5, so TH ban split, I think. And then TL ban Pearl. And I actually favored Team Liquid on I favor Heretics on Haven. I favor Team Liquid on Fracture. And I can't remember. There's one other map, Ascent. And then the other maps are quite close. But yeah, I actually favored Team Liquid here. What mistakes do you think Fnatic's good at avoiding? I think they're good at overall just keeping composed, if that makes sense. Split will be banned. I don't think Icebox. I think just because Team Liquid beat Fnatic on Icebox, it doesn't matter. Fnatic played a much better game against Team Heretics than they did against Team Liquid. So I think Icebox is not. It might even be favored towards Team Heretics if they play like they used to play, but I think it's a 50-50. Lotus, I think, is 50-50. Both teams very good at Lotus. I think both teams are not as good at Icebox, but they're good at Lotus. And then what's the other map? Not Split, not Pearl. What's the other map? Oh, is this 5? Yeah, this is 5. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. So this is how I have it. So if you see Team Liquid win this and Team Heretics win these, and then it's like a blowout on these maps, then you call me a fraud. Anyway, I'm gonna raid Mr. Patman. So go be nice to Patman. But I'll see you guys later. I'll play some rank later probably. I'll probably play some rank later. After tomorrow I should be back for VOD reviews again. Maybe I'll VOD review this best of 5 tomorrow. But I'm going to be trying to stream every day VOD reviews as much as I can before Toronto. But yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you for tuning in.